It begins like a whisper that grows louder with every discovery, a quiet disturbance in the accepted story of our world. For centuries, humanity has charted the globe, layer by layer, believing we've uncovered every hidden corner. Yet scattered across dusty archives and ancient collections lie maps that tell a different story, maps that should not exist. They speak of continents no one has ever seen, coastlines that appear where only ocean lies today, and territories drawn with such precision that even modern satellite data struggles to explain how they could have been known so long ago. Imagine finding a map from the 1500s that shows Antarctica, not as a frozen wasteland we know today, but as a temperate, green land with rivers and mountain ranges clearly marked, or an even older depiction showing vast landmasses in the north that modern science claims never existed at all. These maps are not fakes. They are historical documents verified to be centuries old, and yet they hint at a level of geographical awareness that should have been impossible before the invention of telescopes, compasses, or global exploration. Who drew these maps? Where did their knowledge come from? Did ancient civilizations possess advanced technology long before our recorded history began? Or is there something even more extraordinary at play? Something that defies the linear story of human progress we've been told? In this journey, we will travel through time, decoding one of the most confounding mysteries in human history. We will look closely at the maps that changed everything. The Piri Reis map, the Orontius Finaeus chart, the Bloch map, and many others that seem to hold knowledge from a forgotten age. We will meet explorers who claim to have seen these strange charts firsthand, scholars who risk their careers to interpret them, and scientists who quietly admit that the data they reveal is eerily accurate. But this is not just a story about maps. It's a story about memory, about how civilizations rise, fall, and leave behind fragments of their existence for future generations to find. It's about how knowledge can survive through cataclysm, buried beneath layers of myth, ice, and time. Somewhere in these fragments, in these ancient cartographic riddles, may lie the truth about a world that existed before ours. As we peel back the layers of this mystery, we'll confront uncomfortable questions. Could these maps be evidence of a global civilization erased from history? Could they prove that humanity has lived through multiple ages of enlightenment and destruction, each time losing and rediscovering its knowledge? Or do they point towards something even stranger, contact with beings who knew the earth in ways we are only beginning to understand? The deeper we go, the clearer it becomes that this is not just about geography. It's about our very identity as a species. If these maps are authentic representations of a world before recorded history, then everything we think we know about civilization, about when it began, where it began, and how it evolved, may be incomplete. By the end of this investigation, one truth will become inescapable. History, as we know it, may be only a fraction of a much larger, much older story. The maps that shouldn't exist might be windows into an age that ended long before we began writing our own. And if they are real, they change everything. They call them the impossible maps. Worn, yellowed, etched with ink that has survived centuries, these ancient cartographic wonders show a world both familiar and alien. Continents appear where there should be none. Coastlines stretch across oceans that modern satellites confirm never existed in recorded human time. The deeper scholars study them, the more impossible they seem. And yet they are real. Preserved in museums, libraries, and private collections, these maps defy not only geography, but the very boundaries of our historical imagination. Cartography, the art of map-making, was once a sacred craft. Long before the modern era, maps were more than tools of navigation. They were symbols of divine order and cosmic understanding. Ancient map-makers were not merely recording coastlines. They were translating knowledge handed down through generations, from travelers, priests, astronomers, and perhaps civilizations that predated written history itself. Every line drawn, every compass point marked, represented fragments of a world long forgotten. But there is one question that haunts historians and explorers alike. How did mapmakers of the 14th, 15th, and even 16th centuries know so much about the Earth's true shape, its curvature, its polar regions, its continental alignments, when the technology to gather such information simply didn't exist? Some of these maps, drawn before Columbus ever set sail, depict parts of South America's coastline with striking accuracy. Others reveal mountain ranges, river systems, and islands that wouldn't be confirmed until the age of satellite imaging. Among the most haunting are maps that display vast continents across the oceans, lands that, according to our current understanding, should never have been there. These phantom continents were often labeled with cryptic names: Terra Australis Incognita, Antilia, Lemuria, and even Atlantis. At first glance, it would be easy to dismiss them as errors, the imaginative flourishes of early explorers filling empty space with myth. Yet the consistency with which these same shapes appear across different maps, drawn by cartographers separated by thousands of miles and hundreds of years, challenges that explanation. The ancient cartographers of the Renaissance and Middle Ages frequently mentioned that their work was not original. They copied from older source maps, relics said to date back to antiquity. These mysterious templates, some allegedly kept in monastic vaults or royal archives, formed the foundation of early European map-making. Many scholars believe these source maps themselves were drawn from even older charts, artifacts from a civilization that possessed a near-complete understanding of Earth's geography. If true, this suggests that our species once achieved a global awareness, only to lose it to time and cataclysm. Consider what that would mean. Somewhere in the deep past, long before recorded history, a people, or perhaps multiple cultures, had already mapped the planet. They must have known of the true scale of oceans, the positions of continents, and the spherical nature of Earth. This wasn't the guesswork of seafarers or the myth-making of storytellers. This was scientific precision centuries ahead of its time. The implications are staggering. How could such knowledge exist in an era without satellites, compasses, or global navigation? Skeptics argue that these anomalies are coincidences, the result of artistic license or imaginative speculation. They claim that early mapmakers combined hearsay from travelers, sailors, and ancient myths into symbolic depictions of the world. Yet when those symbols align perfectly with geological data, revealed only in the 20th century, coincidence begins to look more like evidence. To fully understand this enigma, one must imagine what it felt like to be a mapmaker of that era, tracing coastlines that you had never seen, guided by fragments of forgotten records and whispered stories of lands beyond the horizon. Each stroke of the pen was an act of both faith and rebellion, a defiance of accepted knowledge. They were mapping not just geography, but memory, humanity's fragmented recollection of worlds lost to the oceans and ice. It is here that the mystery deepens. Some historians suggest that these maps were influenced by ancient global explorers, survivors of a pre-flood civilization who fled their sinking lands and passed their knowledge to emerging cultures. Others hint at something far more radical, that these maps may preserve information from an epoch before the last ice age, when entire continents existed above water that have since vanished beneath the sea. As we examine these ancient documents more closely, their accuracy begins to reveal a chilling possibility. They are not just representations of Earth as it was known, but of Earth as it once was, before the poles froze, before sea levels rose, before cataclysm reshaped the world. The maps show traces of coastlines now buried under hundreds of meters of ocean, mountains once towering above land now hidden beneath Antarctic ice. In the next stage of our journey, we will uncover one of the most baffling examples of all, the Piri Reis map, drawn in 1513 on a piece of gazelle skin by an Ottoman admiral who claimed his work was based on charts from before the flood. This single map, dismissed for centuries, might hold the key to unlocking the truth about Earth's forgotten geography. If its details are genuine, then humanity's story stretches far deeper into the past than we have ever dared to believe. The deeper we study these ancient maps, the louder the silence of history becomes. It's as if the past is trying to speak, but we have forgotten the language. And somewhere in the lines and symbols inked centuries ago, the truth about our lost world still waits to be read. The story of the Piri Reis map begins not in myth or rumor, but in the heart of the Ottoman Empire, on the deck of a warship in the early 1500s. Piri Reis was no ordinary admiral. He was a scholar, a navigator, and above all, a collector of knowledge. Among sailors, he was known as a man obsessed with maps. During his voyages across the Mediterranean, he gathered fragments of charts from every culture he encountered: Arab, Portuguese, Indian, and even ancient Greek sources. But what he ultimately assembled in 1513 would shape the foundation of historical geography, a map drawn on gazelle skin that depicted the world with a level of accuracy no one of his time should have possessed. The Piri Reis map is unlike any other artifact from the age of exploration. When modern historians rediscovered it in 1929 in the archives of Istanbul's Topkapi Palace, they expected to find a decorative relic from the Ottoman era. Instead, they saw something impossible. The map showed the western coast of Europe and Africa with near-perfect precision, but also revealed the eastern coastline of South America, drawn long before most of that continent had ever been officially charted. Even more shocking was the southern portion, a massive landmass at the bottom of the map, complete with mountain ranges, rivers, and valleys. At first, scholars assumed it was an artistic error, until someone noticed it bore a striking resemblance to the coastline of Antarctica. But Antarctica wasn't discovered until 1820, over 3 centuries after the map was drawn. And according to official history, it was certainly never charted in its ice-free state. Yet here, on an animal skin parchment over 500 years old, the Piri Reis map seemed to depict the continent as it would appear without its thick layer of ice. This revelation stunned researchers. When cartographers overlaid the map's outlines with modern satellite data of the Antarctic landmass beneath the ice, the correspondence was astonishing. The mountains, plateaus, and coastal contours aligned with uncanny precision. How could a 16th century admiral have access to such knowledge? Piri Reis himself offered an answer in the notes scrawled on the edge of his map. He claimed it was based on 20 maps in Mappe Mundi that dated back to the time of Alexander the Great, and included sources from ancient mariners who sailed the 7 seas. These, he said, were a legacy of long-lost civilizations. If that statement was true, it meant that fragment of extremely ancient geographic knowledge had somehow survived through countless generations and were still circulating among scholars and sailors in the Renaissance. Skeptics have long struggled to explain the Antarctic anomaly. Some argue that the southern portion merely represents a mis-drawn extension of South America. But that explanation collapses under scrutiny. The map clearly shows mountain ranges and land contours that match Antarctica's Queen Maud Land, not any known South American feature. Others suggest it could be coincidence or artistic improvisation. Yet coincidence does not account for the map's precise use of longitude, a feat that should have been impossible before the invention of the marine chronometer in the 18th century. This raises a deeper, more unsettling possibility that Piri Reis was not the originator of the knowledge, but the inheritor of it. His map might be a copy of a copy, an echo of charts that originated from an advanced, forgotten civilization that had once explored the entire globe long before the end of the last ice age. Some geologists propose that Antarctica's ice-free period ended around 6,000 to 10,000 BC, roughly the same time frame given in countless flood myths from Sumer, Egypt, and Greece. Could the cartographers of that vanished age have recorded the Earth as it truly was, passing fragments of their data through the ages until they reached the Ottoman archives? Even mainstream researchers admit that the Piri Reis map demonstrates a degree of geographical precision far ahead of its time. The curvature of South America, the accurate distance between Africa and Brazil, and the use of spherical projections suggest an understanding of Earth's true proportions. In 1513, most European maps still clung to medieval misconceptions, showing the world as a flat or distorted disk centered on Jerusalem. Piri Reis's chart, by contrast, embraces global geometry, a worldview centuries ahead of its contemporaries. The implications are staggering. If Piri Reis truly worked from ancient source maps, then our ancestors, who we are taught lived in primitive conditions, may have known far more than we assume. Perhaps their knowledge was not limited to stars and seasons, but extended to the full mapping of the planet. That knowledge may have survived through secret libraries in Alexandria, Babylon, or even pre-flood archives whose remnants resurfaced in the Renaissance. The map itself, though incomplete, tells a story in symbols. Its coastlines flow with natural precision. Its notations hint at forgotten lands now swallowed by sea, and its edges seem to whisper a world humanity once knew but has chosen to forget. Each faint line inked onto the gazelle skin is a fingerprint of a civilization that may have witnessed the world before cataclysm reshaped it. As historians and explorers stare at the map under museum lights, they realize it wasn't merely an artifact. It was a challenge, a message from the past daring us to rethink everything we know about exploration, discovery, and human history. For if a 16th century admiral could possess data from before the Ice Age, then our timeline is incomplete, our understanding fractured, and our memory deeply flawed. And so the mystery deepens, because the Piri Reis map was not the only one to show such impossible detail. Another map, drawn a few decades later, would confirm that the anomaly was not an accident but part of a pattern. A map so detailed, so hauntingly accurate, that it could only have come from the same lost source. That map was created by a man named Orontius Finaeus, and what he drew would ignite one of the greatest historical controversies of all time. In 1531, a French mathematician and cartographer named Orontius Finaeus presented a map to the world that would, centuries later, become one of the most confounding artifacts in the history of geography. Known as the Orontius Finaeus World Map, it was a masterpiece of Renaissance cartography, intricate, beautifully detailed, and filled with knowledge that should have been impossible for its time. But among all the continents drawn on parchment, one stood out from the rest. An enormous landmass at the southern end of the world, marked not as a frozen wasteland, but as a habitable, river-laced continent. Today, we call that land Antarctica. To understand the true scale of this mystery, we must recall what the world knew in the early 1500s. Antarctica had not been discovered. No explorer had ventured beyond the southern tip of South America, and the idea of a southern polar continent was still purely theoretical. Early geographers often imagined a balancing land in the south to counter the weight of the known continents in the north, a concept they called Terra Australis Incognita, or the unknown southern land. For centuries, it was considered a myth, a philosophical necessity, rather than a physical reality. And yet, the Orontius Finaeus map changed everything. Finaeus's map didn't merely imagine a southern landmass. It depicted one with uncanny geographic accuracy. The shape of the continent was strikingly similar to modern representations of Antarctica's true coastline, beneath the ice. The map showed intricate details, mountain ranges, river systems, bays, and peninsulas that correspond almost perfectly with what 20th century seismic and radar mapping would later confirm lies under 2 miles of frozen ice. Even more shocking, the map displayed these features without the enormous ice shelf that covers the continent today, suggesting that its source material came from a time when Antarctica was largely ice-free. When modern cartographers first analyzed the map in the 20th century, they were stunned. How could a Renaissance scholar, working centuries before the first Antarctic expedition, have drawn coastlines hidden under ice for tens of thousands of years? Dr. Charles Hapgood, a Harvard-trained historian, spent years studying both the Orontius Finaeus and Piri Reis maps. In his groundbreaking research, Hapgood suggested that these maps were derived from much older sources, created by a civilization that had mapped the Earth with astonishing precision before a massive pole shift buried their knowledge beneath the snow. His hypothesis, though controversial, was backed by physical data. Modern geological evidence supports the idea that Antarctica was not always the frozen desert we know today. Ice core samples and sedimentary analysis reveal that parts of the continent were ice-free as recently as 6,000 to 10,000 years ago. Ancient river valleys, now entombed beneath the ice sheet, suggest a much warmer, habitable climate. This timeline overlaps eerily with flood myths from cultures around the world. Stories of cataclysmic deluge and the fall of advanced civilizations. Could it be that the Orontius Finaeus map preserves a record of Earth before that great flood? Finaeus himself could not have known the full significance of what he was drawing. He was a scholar working under the influence of classical geography, assembling his chart from what he claimed were ancient maps and navigational records. These sources, according to his notes, were far older than his era, some dating back to antiquity. To him, they were relics of ancient knowledge, passed down through forgotten hands. He likely believed he was simply refining myth into science. Yet, in doing so, he may have inadvertently revealed evidence of a world that existed before our known history began. The precision of Finaeus's work raises questions about the origin of his sources. His map shows the Antarctic continent centered near the South Pole, properly scaled relative to other continents, and proportionally correct in its major landforms. The detailed river systems in East Antarctica, matching subglacial drainage networks identified by NASA centuries later, are too specific to be coincidence. Moreover, the absence of the massive Ross ice shelf indicates the data was recorded when the coastline was still visible. If this knowledge was truly ancient, it would mean that humans, or some intelligent beings, surveyed Antarctica thousands of years before recorded civilization. Critics of the pole shift theory argue that the resemblance between Phineus's southern continent and modern Antarctica is exaggerated, that the map simply reflects the artistic conventions of its time. But skeptics can't explain why Phineus's depiction aligns so closely with geological truth, while countless other maps from his era do not. His work does not resemble fantasy. It reflects knowledge rooted in observation. The mountain chains and coastal outlines he drew weren't guessed. They were remembered. Some historians propose that this memory could have come from lost civilizations, cultures erased by natural disaster, yet advanced enough to have explored the entire planet. This aligns with stories passed down through oral tradition. The antediluvian civilizations of Mesopotamia, the Atlanteans of Plato's dialogues, the survivors of Mu or Lemuria. Each of these legends speaks of a time before a great flood, when humankind lived in harmony with the earth and possessed knowledge of its full expanse. Could those civilizations have created the source maps that Orontius Finaeus later used? If so, his map becomes more than an anomaly. It becomes a relic of continuity, a bridge between epochs, a whisper from a forgotten age when the poles were different, when climates shifted and continents rose and fell. When the ice advanced and covered the world, perhaps those who survived fled north, carrying their sacred charts with them. They passed them from hand to hand, century after century, until they reached Renaissance Europe and were reinterpreted by men like Finaeus, scholars who had no idea what secrets they were preserving. Today, the Orontius Finaeus map stands as both a marvel and a mystery. Its contours invite questions that mainstream history cannot comfortably answer. If it is based on ancient knowledge, then we must accept that our ancestors once possessed scientific understanding that rivaled or surpassed our own. If it is a coincidence, then it is a coincidence of such astronomical improbability that it challenges reason itself. The more we examine these maps, the more they seem to converge on a singular truth. There was once a world before our own, a civilization whose fingerprints can still be found in the oldest charts of human history. And as we turn from the Orontius Finaeus map to others of its kind, that truth begins to crystallize. Because Finaeus was not alone in drawing lands that should not exist. Across Europe, Asia, and even the Americas, other maps emerged, each echoing the same impossible geography. Together, they paint a picture not of imagination, but of memory, a memory of Earth before the ice came. Long before satellites traced the globe and modern explorers reached the icy Arctic seas, there existed a strange and persistent image in the minds of the world's mapmakers, a vast northern continent, divided into 4 perfect parts, surrounding a magnetic mountain at the top of the world. It appeared again and again on medieval and Renaissance maps, often drawn in exquisite detail, complete with rivers, cities, and green valleys. To us, it seems like fantasy. To them, it was real. The mysterious land was known by many names: Hyperborea, Arctigea, or simply the northern continent. And the most haunting thing about it is that it appeared on maps centuries before explorers ever ventured near the North Pole, as though the cartographers were copying something remembered, not imagined. The most famous depiction comes from the 16th century Mercator map, a work of genius by Gerardus Mercator, the same man who revolutionized navigation with his projection system. In the center of his world map, at the top where the poles should be, lies a perfectly symmetrical arrangement, for islands divided by great rivers that converge upon a dark circular mountain labeled Rupes Nigra Iti Altissima, the black and very high rock. Around it, Mercator inscribed strange notes. Here the waters of the ocean pour inward and are swallowed into the earth, and this place is magnetic, drawing all compass needles to it. According to him, these details came not from imagination, but from ancient sources, reports, he claimed, from an early monk named Jacobus Noyen, who in turn had based his writings on even older Norse documents now lost to time. If Mercator's claims are true, then his depiction of the Arctic wasn't fantasy. It was the echo of an ancient tradition. The Norse saga spoke of a paradise beyond the north wind, a luminous land where the sun never set, and people lived in peace for thousands of years. The Greeks called it Hyperborea, the land beyond Boreas, the god of the northern wind. According to Herodotus and Pindar, the Hyperboreans were an advanced and blessed people who lived at the ends of the earth. untouched by disease and war. Ancient poets describe them sending gifts wrapped in straw to Delphi, carried hand to hand from tribe to tribe across Europe, a symbolic bridge between the vanished northern world and the civilizations that rose after it. How did so many cultures share the same vision of a northern continent? Some historians argue that the image of Hyperborea was a mythic projection of the human longing for paradise, while others point to geological and climatological clues suggesting there may once have been habitable lands at the pole. Before the end of the last ice age, roughly 12,000 years ago, the Arctic regions were much warmer than they are today. Fossilized plants and animal remains discovered on islands north of Siberia, and Canada revealed that these areas were once temperate, lush, and rich in life. If a civilization had indeed flourished there before a catastrophic pole shift or global flood, its memory could have been preserved in myth and map alike. One of the most intriguing aspects of these ancient Arctic maps is their precision. Many of them show for distinct landmasses divided by channels that form a perfect cross, with a magnetic mountain in the center. When modern geographers compare these drawings to bathymetric surveys of the Arctic Ocean floor, a shocking alignment appears. The Lomonosov Ridge, the Alpha Mendeleev Ridge, and other submerged geological features roughly match the divisions described on Mercator's and others' maps. Could these be remnants of lands that once stood above sea level before melting ice and rising oceans buried them beneath the polar waters? Scholars who dismiss the theory argue that the fourfold Arctic continent was simply a symbolic construct, representing the four rivers of Eden or the cardinal directions. But this explanation fails to account for why multiple cartographers from different cultures, European, Arabic, and even Chinese, depicted the same basic pattern independently. In the Chinese Shanhai Jing, classic of mountains and seas, compiled thousands of years ago, there are descriptions of northern lands surrounded by water channels and inhabited by radiant beings living in eternal daylight. The parallel is impossible to ignore. The mystery deepens further when one considers the strange magnetic annotations found on these maps. Long before the scientific discovery of Earth's magnetic field, ancient sailors knew their compasses behaved unpredictably near the north. They spoke of a pulling force, as though the Earth itself was alive, breathing through the poles. The idea of a magnetic mountain swallowing the sea may sound mythical, yet aligns eerily with modern understanding of the geomagnetic pole, a place where invisible lines of force converge and distort navigation. How could medieval mapmakers have known this? Some researchers believe these depictions are fragments of ancient navigational systems preserved through secret traditions. They propose that seafaring civilizations before the Ice Age had already mapped global magnetic anomalies and encoded them into myths of a mountain that draws iron. When their civilization fell, their knowledge devolved into legend, passed down as stories of Hyperborea and the four rivers of the world. The Hyperborean myth, and its reflection on early maps, also holds a deeper spiritual significance. Ancient texts describe the northern land as a cradle of wisdom, a place where gods and humans walk together. The Indo-Aryan Vedas mention Uttarakuru, a divine region in the far north where enlightenment originated. Greek philosophers from Plato to Hecataeus hinted that the wisdom of the north seeded the later civilizations of Egypt and Greece. If these myths are memories, not metaphors, then the lost northern continent could have been the cradle of a pre-Ice Age civilization, one whose knowledge flowed southward after its homeland vanished beneath ice. As time passed, the physical reality of Hyperborea faded, but its echo survived. Medieval monks copied the old maps without understanding their origins. Renaissance scholars translated Norse fragments, and explorers carried legends of a magnetic paradise into the age of discovery. Even as polar expeditions in the 19th century failed to find such a continent, the myth refused to die. Something deep in humanity's collective memory seems to whisper that once, long ago, there was another world at the top of the earth, a green world of warmth and light, erased by time and climate. Modern science may scoff at the idea of a lost Arctic continent, yet anomalies continue to challenge the official story. Magnetic irregularities near the pole, unexplained landmasses on satellite imaging, and ancient fossils found beneath the ice all suggest that the polar regions have changed drastically within human memory. Perhaps the ancient mapmakers weren't dreaming. They were remembering. The maps of the impossible north are more than curiosities. They are the frozen echoes of a vanished geography. They tell of a place both real and symbolic, a land that bridges a boundary between myth and history. And as we move forward in this investigation, From the northern mysteries to those hidden in the southern seas, a pattern begins to emerge, a pattern that hints that the Earth's forgotten continents may not be fiction at all, but remnants of an age erased by cataclysm. Far across the ancient oceans, long before satellites and sonar revealed the true shape of our planet, there existed on parchment a vast, mysterious land stretching across the southern hemisphere. It was called Terra Australis Incognita, the unknown southern land. For centuries, this immense phantom continent dominated maps, drawn with regal mountains, deep forests, and civilizations that no explorer had ever seen. To the medieval mind, it was a certainty, a world waiting to be found. To us, it is one of the great cartographic enigmas, a land that should never have been drawn, and yet, for some reason, was. The origin of Terra Australis lies in a simple but powerful belief that the Earth must be balanced. Classical geographers, beginning with Aristotle and Ptolemy, argued that since the known continents were clustered in the north, there must exist an equal landmass in the south to stabilize the globe. This theoretical symmetry became dogma, but over time it evolved beyond theory. Ancient sailors returning from southern voyages spoke of warm winds, strange birds, and glimpses of far-off landmasses in the mist. These rumors, blended with ancient philosophy, formed the foundation of one of the most enduring geographical myths in human history. By the early Renaissance, the unknown southern continent had become an article of faith among mapmakers. The 16th and 17th centuries are filled with beautifully illustrated world maps by Orontius Finaeus, Gerardus Mercator, Abraham Ortelius, and others that feature a massive land wrapping around the bottom of the world. This wasn't merely decorative space. It was drawn with mountains, rivers, and cities, often labeled with Latin names like Regio Patalis or Beach, as though explorers had already walked its shores. The map makers didn't question its existence. They built their worldviews around it. But where had they gotten their information? According to many scholars, the concept of Terra Australis may not have been pure imagination. Some maps show coastlines and geographical features that align uncannily with the real outlines of Australia, New Zealand, and even part of Antarctica centuries before their official discovery. The 1531 Orontius Finaeus map, for example, depicts a southern continent remarkably close in shape to modern Antarctica. Even more curiously, Finaeus' drawing, like the Piri Reis map, shows a landmass without ice. If this was coincidence, it was an extraordinary one. If not, it raises a profound question. Who first mapped the southern world, and when? To understand this enigma, we must consider that European map makers of the Renaissance often copied from much older sources, chart inherited from ancient civilizations whose identities are now lost to history. These maps were not created in isolation. They were compilations, mosaics of fragments passed down through Byzantium, the Arab world, and even older traditions that may trace back to Egypt, Sumer, or beyond. When we see Terra Australis Incognita sprawling across those maps, we may be glimpsing a faint memory of lands that once existed before the sea rose and swallowed them. Geological evidence supports a haunting possibility. During the last ice age, global sea levels were more than 400 feet lower than today. Entire continental shelves that are now submerged would have been dry land. In regions like the South Pacific and Indian Ocean, these expanded landmasses could have connected island chains into vast continents, fertile, inhabited, and later erased by the melting of the glaciers. Could Terra Australis be a distorted recollection of these vanished southern lands? Perhaps Lemuria, or the remnants of an Antarctic civilization that once thrived when the poles were warm. In the archives of 16th century explorers, there are tantalizing hints. Portuguese navigators wrote of lands beyond Java, where lush forests and strange animals dwelled. Spanish mariners returning from the Pacific spoke of immense territories glimpsed far to the south. In 1606, the Dutch sailor Willem Janszoon became the first European to officially sight Australia, but when he brought the news home, it was received not as a discovery, but as a confirmation. The world already believed the southern continent existed. His finding merely proved a legend right, and yet Terra Australis was more than a geographic puzzle. It was a symbol, a mirror of a human desire for balance and mystery. On the maps, it was often drawn with ornate borders, filled with sea monsters, mythical creatures, and inscriptions hinting at forbidden knowledge. Some even labeled it as a possible site of Atlantis or Ophir, the biblical land of gold. In these depictions, the southern world became both a promise and a warning, a reminder that Earth's greatest secrets might lie where no one had dared to go. By the 18th century, as explorers like Captain James Cook began charting the real southern oceans, the myth began to unravel. Cook's voyages proved that the immense landmass of Terra Australis did not exist as imagined. What he found instead were smaller islands and the frozen coast of Antarctica. The grand continent of the maps was gone, erased by the precision of modern exploration. Yet the coincidence remained. The outlines of the old maps still echoed the true shape of the southern hemisphere. Was it all a lucky guess? Or were the cartographers unknowingly preserving an ancient memory of lands that once were? Perhaps long before the rise of our recorded civilizations, the Earth looked different. Perhaps there really had been a vast southern continent, thriving before cataclysmic shifts of ice and water buried it beneath the waves. Modern researchers using satellite imaging and oceanic surveys have uncovered vast underwater plateaus and ridges surrounding Antarctica and the South Pacific, structures that could have once been above water. The Kerguelen Plateau, for instance, is a submerged microcontinent in the Indian Ocean, roughly the size of Western Europe. Some scientists call it the lost continent of the South. If early mariners glimpsed the peaks of this sunken land, or preserved tales from a time when it was dry, those memories might have evolved into the myth of Terra Australis Incognita. In truth, this mysterious continent may never have been completely imaginary. It may represent a patchwork of geological memories, passed down through civilizations that witnessed the Earth's transformations firsthand. What began as legend may have roots in a distant epoch when the poles were warm, sea levels lower, and humanity far older than we dare to admit. The story of Terra Australis is not just the story of what was drawn, it's the story of what was remembered. And as we move deeper into these cartographic riddles, the next question emerges like a coastline through fog. Could the myths of Atlantis, the tales of lost golden empires beneath the sea, have originated from the same southern memory? Because when we look closer, some of these ancient maps do more than outline an unknown land. They mark coordinates that, astonishingly, align with Plato's description of Atlantis itself. Among all the legends that stretch across the ancient world, few shimmer with as much mystery as the story of Atlantis. A civilization said to have mastered the seas, the stars, and the sciences, only to vanish beneath the waves in a single night of fire and flood. For thousands of years, it has lived in a half-light between myth and memory. But what if, buried in the ancient maps of our ancestors, there are clues that this lost world was real, that its coordinates were recorded, hidden in plain sight, waiting for us to rediscover them? It begins, as all enduring mysteries do, with a whisper from the past. Plato, writing in the 4th century BCE, described Atlantis in two dialogues, Timaeus and Critias. According to him, the story came from Solon, the great Athenian lawgiver, who had learned it from Egyptian priest at Sais. They told a mighty island empire beyond the Pillars of Heracles, beyond the Strait of Gibraltar, larger than Libya and Asia combined, whose fleets once ruled the seas. Atlantis, Plato wrote, possessed mountains, plains, rivers, and a central circular city ringed by channels of water. Its people were both warriors and philosophers, builders and astronomers, who harnessed a power that would be their undoing. When they grew arrogant and tried to conquer the known world, the gods punished them. The sea rose, the earth trembled, and in one day and one night of misfortune, the entire island sank beneath the waves. For centuries, this was dismissed as allegory, a moral tale of hubris and divine justice. But then came the maps. When the Piri Reis and Orontius Finaeus charts surfaced, scholars noticed something extraordinary. Both seem to depict landmasses that fit Plato's description, an immense island or continent located where none should be. In the case of Piri Reis, the southern land bore uncanny resemblance to an ice-free Antarctica. In others, such as the 16th century Zeno map and Bwatch map, vast island chains appear in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, precisely where Atlantis was said to lie. The Bwatch map, created by French geographer Philippe Bwatch in 1737, is particularly baffling. It shows Antarctica not as a single frozen mass, but as two distinct islands separated by a water channel, a feature later confirmed by modern seismic scans in the 1950s. But Bwatch lived long before the continent was ever explored. How could he have known? He claimed his sources came from ancient records, passed down through unknown hands. Could those records have originated from the same lost world Plato described? A civilization advanced enough to map the globe before the Ice Age? When these maps are overlaid with modern coordinates, another astonishing detail emerges: the position of certain phantom islands, those drawn in the Atlantic on early charts, aligns almost perfectly with submerged plateau known today as the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. This massive underwater mountain range stretches from the Arctic to the South Atlantic, forming a jagged scar across the ocean floor. Along it are regions of shallow seabed, areas that could easily have been above sea level during the last glacial maximum, when sea levels were far lower than today. Among them lies the Azores Plateau, a chain of islands that some geologists believe are the remnants of a much larger landmass now buried beneath the sea. To some, this is coincidence. To others, it is evidence that the old maps were right, that the cartographers were working from memories of a world that once was. Ancient sailors, perhaps survivors of Atlantis itself, may have carried fragments of their geography into the Mediterranean, the Middle East, and beyond. Over generations, these fragments were copied and recopied, losing precision but preserving essence, until they surface in the Renaissance as the impossible maps we study today. If that is true, then the Atlantean coordinates are not fantasy. They are data, the remnants of an ancient world's knowledge system, encoded in lines and latitudes. Plato's clues place Atlantis at a location directly opposite the Pillars, beyond the western seas. The mid-Atlantic, particularly the region of the Azores, matches this perfectly. Beneath those waves lie massive underwater terraces, river-like formations, and curious right-angled structures detected by sonar, all suggestive of something more than nature's hand. Even ancient maps from other cultures seem to echo the same geography. Early Arabic charts from the Book of Curiosities and Chinese world maps, like the Kangnito, depict large landmasses in the far west, lands no known traveler had reached. If these maps were derived from pre-flood sources, then the cartographers might have been tracing the last remnants of a vanished empire, remembered in myth as Atlantis but known to them by another name. The concept of Atlantean coordinates has fascinated modern researchers and fringe historians alike. Charles Hapgood, the same scholar who analyzed the Piri Reis and Orontius Finaeus maps, proposed that these ancient charts preserve the global knowledge of an Ice Age civilization destroyed by pole shifts and rising seas. Hapgood suggested that the coordinates encoded in these maps could correspond to a time when Earth's poles were in different positions, meaning that the Antarctica seen on ancient maps could, in fact, have been much farther north and ice-free during the Atlantean era. This idea is controversial, but the coincidences multiply. The circular city of Atlantis, as described by Plato, shares striking similarities with archaeological sites like the Rikhat structure in Mauritania, a vast, concentric formation visible from space, nicknamed the Eye of the Sahara. Its rings mirror Plato's measurements almost exactly. Satellite imagery also reveals signs of ancient waterways around it, as though the desert once held a mighty sea. Could it be that what we call the Sahara was once the Atlantean plain, and that the shifting of Earth's crust relocated the poles and erased its memory? Whether Atlantis lay in the Atlantic, under Antarctic ice, or beneath Saharan sands, the thread connecting these theories is the same. Ancient maps remember something. They recall coastlines that existed before the world changed, before cataclysm redrew the Earth. And they align with myths from every culture. Stories of sunken lands, golden ages, and civilizations swallowed by the sea. As we trace these forgotten coordinates across old parchment, we begin to see that the Atlantean legend may not be mere fantasy, but a collective memory of prehistory, one preserved through geometry, mythology, and cartography alike. The maps are speaking, if we have the courage to listen, and if the coordinates they show are even partially true, then humanity's first great empire did not vanish without a trace. It left its signature across the world's oldest maps, a silent message from the deep, challenging us to ask, what else have we forgotten? What other truths lie hidden beneath the waves, waiting for rediscovery? The answer may be closer than we think, because as we move deeper into the age of discovery, we find explorers uncovering knowledge they could not have gained alone. The next revelation lies not in myth, but in the strange accounts of Renaissance sailors and scholars who claim to possess fragments of maps from civilizations older than time itself. And their stories may finally reveal where this forbidden knowledge came from and why it was nearly erased from history. The Renaissance was an age of rediscovery, of old manuscripts, forgotten sciences, and ideas long buried beneath the dust of empire and religion. It was an era when explorers, scholars, and dreamers began to piece together a world far larger than anyone had imagined. But beneath the public glow of new learning, a quieter current flowed, the transmission of ancient knowledge, older than any university or kingdom. Among the secrets rediscovered in this period was something that defied logic. Maps that seemed to show a planet far more complete, far more accurate than any man of that time could have known. To the average scholar of the 15th or 16th century, the world was still partially unknown. The Americas were only beginning to emerge on charts, and much of the southern hemisphere was a blank expanse labeled, "Here be dragons." Yet, somehow, certain European mapmakers were drawing coastlines of continents that hadn't been officially discovered. They traced accurate representations of South America's bulge, Africa's outline, even Antarctica's hidden shores, all with precision that should have been centuries beyond their reach. How could they have known what they could not have seen? As the age of discovery unfolded, a strange pattern began to emerge. Many of the world's most detailed and mysterious maps claim to be based on older sources, documents that have originated long before the voyages of Columbus or Magellan. In the margins of their work, mapmakers such as Piri Reis, Orontius Finaeus, Bosch, and Mercator mentioned their sources. Ancient charts, sometimes copied from libraries of Alexandria, Constantinople, or even older, unnamed archives. These references, dismissed by mainstream historians as decorative rhetoric, might in fact be the missing link between the known and the forgotten. The more closely one examines these historical claims, the more they reveal a strange consistency. Piri Reis explicitly stated that he drew from maps from the time of Alexander, implying a lineage of geographic knowledge stretching back thousands of years. Mercator, in his letters, mentioned documents written by an earlier explorer named Jacobus Noyen, who himself relied on even older Norse manuscripts. Orens Fine referenced classical Greek and Roman sources, while Bosch cited ancient maps from Egyptian and Phoenician traditions. None of them believed they were inventing anything. They were compiling, translating, and preserving. What if these ancient sources weren't mere myth, but tangible relics of a pre-flood civilization? The possibility sends a tremor through the accepted version of history. Imagine a chain of transmission stretching back thousands of years, a global civilization or a network of maritime cultures that had mapped the earth in astonishing detail before vanishing into legend. Their charts, rescued and recopied through millennia, could survive in fragments, passed from hand to hand, hidden in monasteries and royal archives, eventually surfacing in the Renaissance as a foundation of new discovery. The implications are staggering. If Renaissance explorers truly had access to such maps, it would explain their extraordinary confidence in venturing into the unknown. How did Columbus know there was land across the Atlantic? In his own writings, he hinted that he possessed a chart of the seas handed down by ancient mariners. Ferdinand Magellan, too, is said to have carried maps showing a southern passage long before he found it. These are not coincidences. They are echoes of something greater, a body of knowledge so old and so complete that it shattered the limits of what was supposed to be possible in the 15th century. Behind the scenes of royal courts and scholarly academies, whispers circulated about forbidden sources. The Vatican Library, whose archives remain largely sealed even today, was rumored to hold atlases and scrolls predating any known empire. Maps said to be copied from those rescued from the Library of Alexandria before its destruction. Sailors returning from the Ottoman Empire told the scholars they're studying ancient charts of the world, and in Moorish Spain, alchemists and astrologers claimed to possess documents that mapped the earth as it was before the great waters came. For the Church, such claims were deeply dangerous. The idea that humanity had inherited wisdom from a civilization older than Adam challenged the theological foundations of creation itself. To admit that advanced knowledge, perhaps even global travel, existed before the biblical flood was to invite heresy. And so, many of these maps were quietly suppressed, hidden away in locked archives, or burned under the charge of pagan deceit. But some survived, preserved by men who understood their importance. Men like Piri Reis, who dared to compile what others feared to even mention. The Renaissance, therefore, was not just a rebirth of classical knowledge. It was a rediscovery of something older, a legacy that predated all known history. Beneath the surface of progress and exploration, a shadow network of scholars, sailors, and mystics pieced together fragments of a global past. They were heirs to a secret too vast to fully comprehend, that humanity had once known the entire shape of its world, long before history began recording it. This underground stream of forbidden cartography shaped the trajectory of exploration itself. It guided ships toward coasts that should not have been known, revealed routes that seemed impossible, and inspired explorers to seek lands they were told did not exist. It is no coincidence that so many of the great navigators, Columbus, Vespucci, Magellan, spoke of following old charts or seeking the lands marked by the ancients. They were retracing forgotten paths of a civilization erased by time. The deeper one follows this trail, the clearer it becomes that Renaissance cartography was not a sudden miracle of intellect, but the resurfacing of something buried, something ancient. The age of discovery may have been less about discovery and more about recovery. And if that is true, then the next step is inevitable. We must ask, where did those source maps come from? Who created them? What kind of civilization could have mapped the globe with such impossible precision, thousands of years before the tools of modern science? The answers lie deeper still, in the very heart of prehistory, among the ruins of forgotten continents, and the whispers of survivors who carried their knowledge into the dawn of our present world. Because the men of the Renaissance didn't invent the age of exploration. They merely reopened a chapter humanity had closed long ago. Hidden within the labyrinth of libraries, monasteries, and royal collections, whispers persisted of something extraordinary. Ancient source maps, said predate all known civilizations. These were no crude sketches, no imaginative fantasies of monks or explorers, but precise, technical representations of the world. They appeared in fragments, recopied over millennia, carried by merchants, navigators, and scholars who did not always understand what they possessed. By the time of the Renaissance, only a few remained, shattered pieces of a once complete archive, an atlas from an age that history refuses to remember. The notion of these lost source maps is more than mere legend. References to them appear again and again in historical records. Piri Reis explicitly wrote in the margins of his own map that he compiled it from maps drawn in the time of Alexander the Great, and from ancient charts kept by the kings of the early ages. Mercator, the father of modern cartography, claimed that his depiction of the Arctic, complete with 4 islands surrounding a magnetic pole, was not his own invention, but derived from earlier documents obtained from the Norse and, through them, from even older hands. These weren't coincidences. They were the faint echoes of a global cartographic inheritance stretching deep into humanity's forgotten past. But where did these master maps come from? Who first surveyed the world with such precision in a time when no known civilization possessed the means? The sheer detail and mathematical understanding encoded within them implies a level of advancement far beyond what we attribute to ancient peoples. To map coastlines accurately, one must understand longitude, latitude, and the curvature of the Earth, concepts supposedly not discovered until the 17th and 18th centuries. Yet the source maps, some said to date back thousands of years before Christ, already reflected this understanding. It is possible these maps originated from an advanced maritime civilization existing long before the rise of Egypt, Sumer, or the Indus Valley, perhaps even before the last ice age ended. When cataclysm struck, submerging coastlines and wiping out entire continents, the survivors could have carried fragments of their knowledge into cradles of later cultures. There, their wisdom would have been mythologized, their charts copied and recopied until the original context was lost. What remained were sacred relics, drawings whose meaning was known only to a select few. The Library of Alexandria is often imagined as the greatest repository of ancient knowledge, but it may have merely been a descendant of something even older, a pre-flood archive of human civilization. Ancient Egyptian priesthoods, according to Herodotus, claim that their records stretch back over 11,000 years. If true, those archives could easily have contained remnants of pre-cataclysmic knowledge, including detailed cartography of the ancient world. When the library burned, those priceless relics would have been scattered, some lost, others carried eastward to Byzantium, and still others secreted into the Vatican archives, where whispers say they remain even now. The most fascinating aspect of these source maps is their consistency. From Piri Reis to Orontius Finaeus to Boach, each drew from older material, and those older sources all seem to describe a world subtly different from ours. Continents appeared shifted, coastlines extended further, and lands now submerged were shown above sea level. It's as if these maps captured snapshots of Earth from an earlier geological epoch, one that predates the Ice Age floods and rising seas that reshaped the planet. Modern scientists who have studied the Piri Reis and Finaeus maps, including Charles Hapgood and his students at Keene State College, concluded that these charts may indeed have been based on observations made thousands of years ago, possibly using advanced instruments. Hapgood suggested that ancient geographers could have possessed a global network of observatories, allowing them to measure the Earth's size and curvature with incredible accuracy. Einstein himself, intrigued by Hapgood's research, wrote in a letter that the idea was not impossible, though difficult to prove. Could the lost source maps have been a legacy of such an ancient global science, perhaps the same one hinted at in mythologies around the world? From the antediluvian watchers of the Book of Enoch, to the sages of the East who spoke of the vanished continent of Mu, to the Atlantean priests of Egyptian lore, all describe a people who possessed immense astronomical and geographic wisdom before a great flood wiped their memory from the earth. What if their greatest achievement was a complete map of the world, a record of their home before it was destroyed? Imagine a civilization living tens of thousands of years ago, capable of circumnavigating the globe, charting coastlines, and calculating distances using the stars. They would have watched as the climate shifted, as ice consumed their northern lands and oceans swallowed their cities. Perhaps in desperation, they recorded what they saw, the true shape of the world, so that their descendants might someday remember. These records, passed through the ages, became the source maps from which the Renaissance cartographers unknowingly copy fragments of a prehistoric worldview. Today, only traces of those master maps remain, hidden in the archives of universities and private collections, mislabeled or forgotten, but their influence persists. The precision of modern cartography owes an unspoken debt to those lost templates. Every globe, every projection, every contour line carries a shadow of their legacy. If these source maps were real, they would change everything we think we know about our species. They would prove that history is not a steady climb from ignorance to enlightenment, but a cycle of rise and fall, of knowledge gained, lost, and rediscovered. Each era inherits whispers from the last, fragments of wisdom surviving the collapse. The Renaissance was merely the most recent rebirth, fueled by ancient fire. And yet, even as we marvel at their possibility, another question lingers. Who drew the originals? Who were these prehistoric cartographers that mapped a world we have only recently begun to rediscover with satellites and sonar? To answer that, we must journey further back, beyond the empires of Egypt and Mesopotamia, beyond even the Ice Age itself, to the shadowy age of the prehistoric mapmakers, whose hands first traced the outline of our planet long before recorded history began. Long before the rise of pharaohs and kings, before the first ziggurats touched the sky or cuneiform carved history into clay, there walked among humanity a race of explorers, astronomers, and engineers, the prehistoric cartographers. Their names are lost, their monuments erased, but their fingerprints remain. Across the world, from the Andes to the Himalayas, from the deserts of Egypt to the frozen edges of Antarctica, we find evidence that someone thousands of years before our accepted history understood the true dimensions of the Earth. Someone measured, mapped, and recorded a planet we believed was unknown. Who were these people? Were they merely our ancestors, working with tools and methods now forgotten? Or were they something more, a vanished civilization of extraordinary sophistication, survivors of a global catastrophe whose knowledge briefly flickered before being buried by time? Every ancient culture tells of such beings. The Egyptians spoke of the followers of Horus, divine engineers who arrived after flood to rebuild civilization and teach geometry, astronomy, and navigation. The Sumerians recorded the Anunnaki, beings from the heavens who measured the earth and set the foundations of civilization. The Mayans revered at Samna, the god who taught them writing and how to read the stars. The Dogon of Africa speak of visitors who descended from the sky and revealed the structure of the cosmos. Are these myths describing gods or ancient scientists whose memory became divine legend? The prehistoric cartographers, if they existed, must have possessed an understanding of mathematics, astronomy, and geography so advanced that it could easily appear miraculous to later civilizations. Mapping the planet's surface requires knowledge of latitude and longitude, spherical trigonometry, and the ability to triangulate vast distances. Concepts not officially invented until the modern era. Yet, the evidence suggests that someone accomplished this feat thousands of years before the Greeks or Arabs formalized the sciences. Consider the precision of megalithic structures like Stonehenge, the Great Pyramid of Giza, and Tiwanaku in Bolivia. These are not random alignments of stone. They are astronomically calibrated observatories, oriented to solstices, equinoxes, and cardinal directions with a degree of precision measurable even today. The builders of these monuments knew the movement of the heavens, the precession of the equinoxes, and the curvature of the earth. They understood the geodesy, the science of measuring the earth's form, that modern cartography depends on. Such knowledge implies not isolated genius, but shared scientific traditions stretching across continents. How did this knowledge spread? One possibility is that an ancient seafaring civilization, a forgotten maritime power, explored and charted the world long before the end of the last ice age. As the polar ice caps melted and sea levels rose, their coastal cities were swallowed by the ocean. The survivors, scattered across the globe, carried fragments of their knowledge to new lands, teaching local peoples how to build, measure, and navigate. Over time, their wisdom became myth. The gods who came from across the sea to bring light to the world. Modern archaeology hints at their presence. Off the coast of India, Japan, and Cuba lie vast underwater ruins that appear to be remnants of ancient cities, submerged stone complexes dating back far earlier than any known civilization. In the Gulf of Cambay, sonar scans have revealed what appear to be massive geometric structures over 30 meters beneath the waves. Roads, foundations, and artifacts carbon dated to nearly 9,000 years ago. In Yonaguni, Japan, an immense step pyramid lies beneath the sea, its edges aligned to cardinal points as though deliberately designed. If these sites once stood on dry land, they would have been inhabited during the last ice age, precisely the time when the prehistoric cartographers would have been active. These lost engineers would have needed to understand the changing face of the earth, to predict the shifting of coastlines, to record routes across continents, and to preserve this knowledge for future generations. The maps they created or inspired could have been passed down through priesthoods, secret societies, and oral traditions, resurfacing thousands of years later as the source material for Piri Reis and his contemporaries. Even more astonishing is the possibility that they possess a unified system of measurement, a geodetic code linking ancient monuments across the globe. Researchers have found that the Great Pyramid's proportions encode the dimensions of the Earth itself. Its base perimeter equals the Earth's circumference at the equator, while its height represents the distance from the pole to the center of the planet, all in consistent mathematical ratios. The same measurements appear in the ruins of Teotihuacan, Machu Picchu, and Angkor Wat, as though all these cultures were using the same cartographic constants, inherited from a single prehistoric source. If true, this would mean that humanity's first scientists not only knew the Earth's shape, but sought to encode that knowledge in stone, ensuring that it would survive when their own civilization did not. The pyramids, stone circles, and ancient temples may not merely be religious structures. They could be markers, geodetic points in forgotten global mapping network, a planetary coordinate system carved in granite. Skeptics argue that this theory overestimates ancient ingenuity, that coincidences in numerology explain these alignments. But coincidences cannot explain the scale of consistency across thousands of miles and cultures that supposedly had no contact. The mathematics uniting these monuments is too precise, the astronomical alignments too deliberate, the repetition too purposeful. It suggests design, and design requires designers. The prehistoric cartographers may have been astronomer priests, using the stars as their compass. They would have watched the night sky with instruments now lost, perhaps bronze sextants or crystal lenses, charting the heavens as a reflection of the earth below. To them, mapping was sacred. The planet was not a random landscape, but a living organism, its geometry a mirror of the divine order. To map, it was to understand creation itself. As ice and time erased their world, their descendants preserved what they could: symbols, myths, fragments of sacred geometry. Eventually, these fragments reached the ancient Near East, Egypt, and Greece, where they became the foundation of the mystery schools, teaching the cosmic laws of number and proportion. By the time the Renaissance rediscovered these principles, the original context was long forgotten. The scholars of Europe believed they were inventing science anew, not realizing they were merely translating the language of a forgotten age. Whoever they were, human, hybrid, or something beyond, the prehistoric cartographers understood a truth we are only now rediscovering: that the Earth's story is cyclical, not linear. Civilizations rise, fall, and rise again, each inheriting echoes of the last. The maps of Piri Reis, Finaeus, and others are not anomalies. They are messages in a bottle from the deep past, the final testament of a people who knew the world before the flood. If their knowledge had survived 10,000 years, hidden in plain sight, then what else might remain, buried beneath the ice, encoded in stone, or waiting in the depths of the sea? To find the next piece of the puzzle, we must follow the trail they left behind, beneath the frozen wastelands, where ancient river valleys once flowed and mountains rose above a green continent that is now entombed beneath miles of Antarctic ice. Because that is where the next chapter of this mystery begins, with the evidence buried deep below the ice, waiting to reveal what the prehistoric cartographers once knew: the true map of the world before history began. Far beneath the endless expanse of white, under a continent locked in perpetual frost, something astonishing has been discovered: rivers, mountain ranges, valleys, and basins hidden beneath the ice of Antarctica. For centuries, this land was dismissed as lifeless and static, a frozen void untouched by time. But as satellites and radar technology peeled away the miles of ice, a new truth began to surface, one that seemed to echo what the ancient maps had already shown. The world beneath Antarctica's ice was not barren. It was structured, shaped, and alive with geological memory. The story begins in the mid-20th century, when scientists first began using seismic and radar equipment to probe beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. What they found shocked them. Beneath nearly 2 miles of solid ice lay entire mountain ranges, massive valleys, and complex drainage systems, features that mirrored what one would expect to find on an ice-free continent. These discoveries culminated in the identification of the Gamburtsev mountain range, a colossal chain the size of the European Alps buried deep under East Antarctica. No one had ever seen it, yet it was there, ancient and pristine, preserved like a fossil of a lost world. This revelation prompted an immediate question. If Antarctica was once warm enough to form rivers, lakes, and mountains, then when did it freeze? And why do ancient maps depict it as ice-free? Modern research now confirms that millions of years ago, Antarctica was indeed a lush, temperate land covered in forests and flowing rivers. Fossilized leaves and pollen grains, retrieved from cores drilled beneath the ice, prove that this icy desert was once teeming with life. But the real enigma lies in the timeline. Geological data suggests that parts of Antarctica remained partially ice-free as recently as 6,000 to 10,000 years ago, precisely when ancient legends describe a global flood and the fall of advanced prehistoric civilizations. As radar scans became more precise, even more anomalies emerged. Deep below the surface, researchers identified subglacial lakes, vast reservoirs of liquid water sealed away from the atmosphere for millions of years. The largest of these, Lake Vostok, stretches over 150 miles long and lies beneath more than 2 miles of ice. Its waters, warmed by geothermal energy, remain unfrozen. What makes Lake Vostok particularly fascinating is its uncanny resemblance to the inland seas shown on the Piri Reis and Orontius Finaeus maps. Those maps, created centuries before the discovery of Antarctica, show central water systems within a southern continent, an eerie parallel to what modern radar has uncovered. Could it be that the ancient map makers were working from data that recorded Antarctica before it froze? And if so, who could have obtained such information? To map an entire continent hidden under ice requires not only exploration, but also a level of technology, mathematical, astronomical, and cartographic, that official history tells us did not exist before the 20th century. Yet, the resemblance between the maps and the radar images is undeniable. The deeper scientists dig, both literally and metaphorically. The stranger the story becomes. Beneath Antarctica's ice sheet, magnetic and gravitational anomalies have been detected, concentrated in specific regions such as Wilkes Land and Queen Maud Land. These anomalies suggest the presence of massive metallic or geometric structures buried beneath the ice. Some researchers, both inside and outside the mainstream, have speculated that these could be remnants of meteor impacts or natural geological formations. Others, however, entertain a more controversial possibility, that these anomalies may be remnants of ancient structures, artificial in origin. Whispers of hidden ruins, pyramidal formations, and symmetrical patterns beneath the Antarctic ice have circulated since the 20th century. Satellite imagery and ground-penetrating radar have revealed shapes that appear strikingly geometric, triangular, rectangular, and circular configurations too precise to be easily dismissed as coincidence. Some of these features, visible only under certain light conditions, align with known mathematical proportions. The resemblance to ancient pyramidal architecture in Egypt and Mesoamerica is uncanny. Could it be that the same civilization that built the great monuments of the ancient world once had outposts, or even its origin, on what is now Antarctica? This idea may sound fantastical, yet it resonates with myths found in cultures across the globe. The ancient Greeks wrote of Hyperborea, a paradise beyond the north wind. The Mayans and Egyptians both described lands of eternal light and advanced knowledge, submerged after a great cataclysm. Even the Book of Enoch, a text long excluded from the biblical canon, speaks of frozen prisons of the fallen angels buried beneath the southern lands. Could these stories be symbolic recollections of the same geological reality, that a thriving world once existed in what is now the most desolate place on Earth? Modern climate models add another layer to the mystery. They reveal that Earth's poles have not always been in their current positions. Over geological time, the planet's crust shifts, a process called crustal displacement or true polar wander. This means that Antarctica may not have always been located at the South Pole. In an earlier epoch, it could have existed in a more temperate latitude, supporting rivers, vegetation, and even civilization. If a sudden shift occurred, moving the continent into its current polar position, the transformation would have been catastrophic, instantaneous freezing on a global scale, erasing every trace of life in ice. This possibility aligns perfectly with the idea that the ancient maps of Antarctica, those by Piri Reis, Finaeus, and Boach, are not erroneous, but accurate depictions of the continent before it froze. If they were copied from prehistoric sources, those sources must have been created by people who witnessed Antarctica's coastline when it was still green. This would place their civilization in the pre-Ice Age world, tens of thousands of years before Sumer or Egypt. There are even unconfirmed reports from scientific expeditions in the mid-20th century that claim to have encountered ruins or artifacts beneath Antarctic ice shelves, claims quickly classified or discredited. During Operation High Jump 1946 to 1947, a massive U.S. Navy expedition led by Admiral Richard E. Byrd, rumors spread of anomalous activity in Antarctica. While the official mission was a geological and military survey, Byrd himself later gave cryptic statements about vast unexplored lands beyond the poles and the potential for a world beneath the ice. Whether Byrd's remarks were misinterpreted or suppressed, they fed a growing sense that Antarctica's mysteries run deeper than science will publicly admit. If even a fragment of this speculation is true, then the implications are staggering. The evidence beneath the ice may not only confirm that ancient civilizations once thrived in a different epoch, it could reveal that they possess a level of scientific understanding equal to or greater than our own. Perhaps they predicted their downfall and attempted to preserve their knowledge, encoding it into maps, myths, and monuments. Perhaps they understood the cyclical nature of cataclysm, that the earth renews itself through destruction, and tried to warn those who would come after. Today, satellites continue to scan the frozen continent, peeling back layers of time one radar echo at a time. Every new discovery, the hidden lakes, the mountain ranges, the subglacial currents, brings us closer to understanding that the world beneath Antarctica's ice is not dead, but dormant. It holds the memory of a forgotten age, one that may have ended not with slow decline, but with sudden, world-altering disaster. The evidence beneath the ice is not just geological, it is historical. It is the unspoken testimony of Earth itself, whispering through the frozen crust. There was once another world here, a world you have forgotten. And as we follow the trail left by those prehistoric map makers, we begin to see that Antarctica may not just be the coldest place on Earth. It may be the oldest witness to humanity's first great fall. In the next revelation, we will explore how such impossible knowledge could have existed at all, how these ancient peoples, whoever they were, could have navigated the world, calculated distances across oceans, and charted the stars long before history began to write their names. For beneath the ice and above the clouds, a mystery of navigation and mathematics connects them all. In every age, humanity's progress has been marked by the ability to navigate, to find its way across oceans, deserts, and the endless void of uncertainty. But what if our ancestors, long before the dawn of recorded history, had already mastered this art on a global scale? What if they possessed a means to chart the seas, measure the stars, and calculate the very curvature of the Earth when modern science insists such feats were impossible? This is the enigma of ancient global navigation, the silent proof that someone thousands of years before us knew the world far better than we do. To understand this mystery, we must first look at the earliest evidence of long-distance seafaring. Archaeological discoveries from sites like Crete, Cyprus, and Indonesia reveal that humans were crossing open oceans at least 120,000 years ago, tens of thousands of years earlier than previously believed. Fragments of obsidian tools found on distant islands prove they came from quarries hundreds of miles away, accessible only by sea. Ancient humans, it seems, were not timid wanderers hugging coastlines. They were navigators. They understood ocean currents, prevailing winds, and celestial markers well enough to travel across vast distances and return home again. But simple navigation by stars cannot explain the precision implied by the ancient maps. To chart coastlines accurately, one must know not just direction, but position, latitude, and longitude. Latitude can be determined by observing the height of the sun or the North Star, but longitude requires precise timekeeping, a challenge unsolved until the invention of the marine chronometer in the 18th century. Yet the maps attributed to Piri Reis, Orontius Finaeus, and Bosch demonstrate a grasp of longitude, so exact that it matches modern calculations. How could they have achieved this thousands of years earlier? One possibility is that ancient civilizations developed methods of navigation based on astronomical cycles. By observing the motion of the moon, planets, and fixed stars, they could estimate both time and distance with extraordinary accuracy. Ancient astronomers from Egypt, Sumer, and Mesoamerica all possess detailed knowledge of celestial mechanics, knowledge that seems far too advanced to have been developed in isolation. The Mayans, for instance, could predict solar eclipses centuries in advance. The Babylonians calculated planetary orbits. The Egyptians aligned their monuments precisely to true north. Each of these achievements hints at an underlying science, a unified system of astronomical navigation shared across cultures. How could this be? The parallels are too precise to be coincidence. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for example, is aligned with the cardinal directions to within a fraction of a degree, an accuracy that modern surveyors would struggle to match without advanced instruments. The temple complex at Angkor, what in Cambodia, mirrors the movement of Venus across the sky. In South America, the Nazca Lines stretch for miles across the desert, forming straight paths that align with the solstices and certain star constellations. These sites are not random. They are observatories, fixed points in a vast global grid used to track both Earth and sky. If such a network existed, it implies that ancient civilizations shared a common knowledge base, a navigational code that transcended continents. Legends from around the world support this idea. The Polynesians, masters of oceanic navigation, speak of ancestral star voyagers who taught them how to read the heavens. The ancient Indians tell of Vimanas, flying chariots guided by celestial geometry. The Egyptians attributed their architectural precision to Thoth, the god of measurement and wisdom, while the Greeks revere Hermes, the messenger who carried knowledge of the stars. In each case, the pattern repeats, advanced understanding delivered by mysterious teachers who appear suddenly, bearing the keys to navigation, architecture, and astronomy. Could these figures represent the remnants of an earlier global civilization, a maritime power that charted the entire world before the great cataclysms of the Ice Age? If so, the ancient maps we now study are not anomalies, but survivors, fragments of a once universal cartographic system. The precision of the Piri Reis map, for example, suggests that its original creators had measured Earth's circumference to within a few miles of modern values. This knowledge would have required an understanding of spherical geometry, advanced surveying instruments, and the ability to communicate coordinates across oceans. None of these should have been possible in prehistoric times, unless our timeline of technological development is wrong. What could these instruments have been? Some researchers propose that ancient navigators may have used early forms of astrolabes, or sighting tools made from materials now lost to decay. Others believe they harnessed natural magnetic phenomena, using lodestones and polished mineral spheres to detect orientation long before compasses were invented. Still others suggest a kind of sky computer, an analog device like the Antikythera mechanism discovered in Greece, a 2,000-year-old bronze machine capable of predicting planetary movements. If such knowledge existed then, how much older could its origins truly be? Modern science is beginning to reveal that ancient navigation may have been more sophisticated than we ever imagined. The remains of monumental harbor cities, such as Heracleon and Canopus, recently discovered off the Egyptian coast, show advanced understanding of tides and underwater engineering. In the Pacific, the megalithic structures of Nan Madol were built on artificial islands arranged in geometric precision, aligned to celestial events. The people who built them were not primitive. They were mathematicians, astronomers, and navigators. And across the world, these same patterns of precision repeat. Sacred geometry mirrored from the heavens onto Earth. One theory gaining quiet traction among researchers is that ancient global navigation relied on Earth energy lines or a planetary grid. This idea proposes that ancient civilizations located their monuments and cities along points of geomagnetic resonance, places where Earth's energy field interacts with cosmic radiation. Whether viewed through scientific or mystical lenses, this grid would have served as a kind of planetary map, a web of alignment linking Giza, Easter Island, Stonehenge, Machu Picchu, and dozens of other sacred sites. Strikingly, many of these locations also align perfectly with one another along great circles, routes that would make ideal pathways for ancient global travel. If these alignments were intentional, they suggest that our ancestors not only mapped the surface of the Earth, but understood its energetic and geometric properties, a knowledge we are only now beginning to rediscover through modern physics and geodesy. Such precision would have enabled navigation not only by stars and compasses, but by the very structure of the planet itself. Skeptics dismiss these ideas as coincidence or pattern-seeking, but the coincidences pile up like stones in a pyramid. Too many monuments, too many alignments, too many maps converge on the same truth. Humanity once possessed a unified system of global knowledge, one that fused science, spirituality, and exploration into a single worldview. Imagine a prehistoric world in which every voyage, every temple, every chart was part of a grand cartographic vision. A civilization that saw the Earth not as a collection of nations, but as one sacred organism to be understood and mapped. They would have sailed from the tropics to the poles, using the stars as their guides and mathematics as their language, leaving behind encoded symbols for future generations to decode. Perhaps their greatest tragedy was not their fall, but our forgetting. The floodwaters came, the poles shifted, and the navigators' instruments were lost. What survived were fragments, myths of gods from the sea, sacred measurements built into stone, and maps that show the world as it once was. The evidence of ancient global navigation challenges everything we think we know about our ancestors. It tells us that the story of human civilization did not begin in isolation, but as a legacy inherited from those who came before, a world connected by knowledge long before the modern age. And as the Renaissance explorers rediscovered those fragments, those impossible maps, they unknowingly awaken a memory of that forgotten age. But what if this knowledge wasn't entirely lost? What if some part of it was hidden, protected, and preserved across the centuries, locked away in archives, temples, and secret societies that swore to guard the ancient science until the world was ready to understand it again? The next step of our journey leads us into the shadows of history, into those forbidden vaults and secret archives that may still hold the key to humanity's first great map. The archives where truth was hidden from the world to protect, or perhaps to control, the story of our forgotten past. Throughout history, one strange mystery has haunted both scientists and historians who dare to question the official timeline of our world. If these ancient maps and monuments are so accurate, why don't they align perfectly with our modern geography? Why do coastlines appear misplaced? Why do some continents seem distorted? And why do familiar lands appear thousands of miles from where they should be? Could it be that the world itself has shifted beneath our feet, that the Earth's magnetic poles have wandered, even reversed, over millennia, pulling the very crust of the planet along with them? This is the enigma of magnetic mysteries and pole shifts, a theory that blurs the line between geology and forbidden archaeology, hinting that the mapmakers of old may have been recording a world in motion. The concept of pole shifts is not science fiction. It's scientific fact. The magnetic poles of Earth are not fixed. They move continually, driven by the molten iron currents churning deep within our planet's core. Every few 100,000 years, the poles have even reversed completely, flipping north to south and back again. Geologists can trace these reversals in the layers of volcanic rock, nature's magnetic tape recorder, proving that Earth's magnetic field has gone through chaotic transformations countless times. But the deeper question is whether these shifts have ever occurred catastrophically, changing not just a magnetic field, but the very axis of the planet itself. If Earth's crust were to shift suddenly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Continents would slide thousands of miles. Entire ecosystems would be displaced overnight. Polar regions could become tropical, while jungles and plains would freeze beneath sudden snow and ice. To the survivors of such an event, it would seem as though the world had ended. And in many ways it would have. Ancient myths from every culture tell of just such cataclysms: the earth tilting, the stars falling, the sun standing still. Could these be folk memories of a global crustal displacement? The same event that wiped out advanced civilizations and buried their maps beneath the ruins of time? Charles Hapgood, the same historian who analyzed the Piri Reis and Orontius Finaeus maps, believed so. In the mid-20th century, he proposed the Earth crust displacement theory, the idea that the entire outer shell of the Earth can shift over its molten core, moving continents to new latitudes almost instantly. His hypothesis was bold, that Antarctica, once positioned in a temperate zone, slid into its current polar location roughly 12,000 years ago, during the last great ice age. Such a shift, he argued, could explain why ancient maps depict Antarctica as ice-free. If the continent had once been farther north, it would have enjoyed a mild climate, complete with rivers and vegetation, exactly as the Piri Reis map shows. Hapgood's ideas were controversial, yet they attracted the attention of none other than Albert Einstein, who reviewed Hapgood's manuscript and called the theory interesting and possible. Einstein admitted that the evidence for sudden crustal movement was limited, but saw no reason why such shifts could not occur. He noted that the buildup of polar ice could, over time, unbalance the planet's rotation, causing the crust to slip over the interior like the loose skin of an orange. The result would be global cataclysm, earthquakes, floods, tsunamis, and instant reorientation of the world's geography. The ancient maps fit this picture disturbingly well. If they were drawn before the last pole shift, their apparent errors might not be errors at all. They could be accurate depictions of a pre-shift world. The coastlines of South America and Africa, which appear slightly misaligned on the Piri Reis map, would make perfect sense if the continents were positioned differently relative to the poles. Similarly, the placement of Greenland and Antarctica on the Orontius Finaeus map corresponds to locations they might have occupied before the Earth's axis changed. What's more, evidence of past pole movements can be found in the geological record. Ancient coral reefs discovered near the Arctic Circle indicate that those regions were once tropical. Fossilized palm trees have been found in Alaska and northern Siberia. Conversely, traces of glaciation appear in part of African India that are now far from the poles. These are not isolated anomalies. They are global fingerprints of a shifting planet. The Earth's surface, it seems, has rearranged itself multiple times, just as the ancient myths claim. For ancient cartographers, this would have presented a peculiar challenge. If they inherited their data from pre-cataclysmic civilizations, their maps would naturally reflect coastlines and latitudes no longer accurate in the modern world. Over time, as later map makers tried to reconcile these charts with their own observations, distortions would appear. Landmasses would seem off, rotated, or misplaced. Precisely the discrepancies that baffle historians today. In other words, the errors on these ancient maps might be evidence not of ignorance, but time itself, the scars of a world that shifted. Interestingly, Some ancient cultures seem to have preserved this knowledge of shifting poles in symbolic form. The Egyptians spoke of the sun rising where it once set. The Aztecs believed the world had been destroyed and reborn 4 times, each with the sky and earth rearranged. The Hopi Indians told of the earth turning over during great floods, while Chinese legends speak of the heavens being tilted after a celestial catastrophe. Even the Bible hints at this, describing a moment when the earth reeled and tottered and the mountains were moved from their place. What modern science calls crustal displacement, the ancients may have called the turning of the world. If such events occur within human memory, then our ancestors may have lived through literal pole shifts, global upheavals that erase entire civilizations. The survivors would have rebuilt on new continents, under new skies, preserving fragments of their former knowledge in myth and ritual. Their descendants, millennia later, would inherit mysterious maps showing coastlines that no longer existed and stars that no longer aligned. They would copy them faithfully, never knowing they were recording the world as it was before the last shift. This possibility unites the mysteries of geography, mythology, and geology into a single haunting narrative. The earth is not static. It moves, it breathes, and at unpredictable intervals, it transforms. The magnetic mysteries of the ancient maps may therefore be more than coincidence. They may be the last records of a pre-cataclysmic Earth, a warning from those who lived through the planet's last great reorientation. And if the world has shifted before, could it happen again? Modern geophysicists have observed that the magnetic North Pole is moving faster than ever recorded, over 30 miles per year toward Siberia. The Earth's magnetic field is weakening, a known precursor to pole reversal. If Hapgood's theory holds even partially true, another displacement could one day occur, repeating the cycle that erased the civilizations of the past. The implications are profound. The ancient map makers may not have been primitive at all. They were witnesses. Their charts, preserved through time, might be the only surviving records of Earth's former orientation. They saw the world before it turned, before the seas rose and the continents froze, and they left us a message written not in words, but in geometry. The mystery of magnetic shifts is not just about the past. It's a warning for the future. For if the poles moved once, they can move again. And when they do, the world we know will vanish as surely as the one that came before. In the next chapter of our exploration, we follow this trail further, from the shifting poles of the earth to the shifting truth of human history. Because if these cataclysms erase entire civilizations, their survivors must have left clues buried in ancient archives, sacred libraries, and forbidden collections hidden from the eyes of the world. The question is, who hid them and why? In every civilization, there are secrets that are never meant to reach the public eye. Knowledge considered too dangerous, too disruptive, or too heretical for the world to accept. These are the forbidden archives. Hidden libraries, sealed vaults, and underground repositories that hold relics of forgotten epochs, including maps and documents that challenge the official version of history. Across centuries, rumors have persisted that certain powerful institutions, religious, royal, and academic, have deliberately concealed or destroyed evidence of Earth's true past. Could the key to understanding the mystery of the ancient maps lie within these shadow collections? To trace this thread, we begin with one of history's greatest enigmas, the Library of Alexandria. Officially, it was the greatest center of learning in the ancient world, containing hundreds of thousands of scrolls from across the Mediterranean, Mesopotamia, and beyond. But according to accounts from early scholars, it also housed records brought by Egyptian priests. Texts said to describe the world before the Great Flood, written in a script no one could translate. When the library burned, that knowledge vanished from public history. Yet whispers persisted that not all was lost. Certain scrolls, it is said, were secretly carried to temples in Heliopolis and to the Serapeum, where initiates of the mystery schools guarded them for centuries. From there, fragments may have found their way to Byzantium, and later into the private collections of the Church. This leads us to the Vatican's secret archives, one of the most tightly controlled repositories on Earth. Buried beneath Vatican City, these vaults stretch for miles, containing over 12 centuries of human history. Though officially described as an administrative archive, historians have long speculated that it holds far more ancient maps, pre-Christian texts, and pagan cosmologies that contradict the official biblical narrative. One persistent rumor claims that among its holdings is a set of charts rescued from Alexandria, showing the world as it was before the deluge. Another tells of documents describing land at the poles, copied by early Christian monks from even older Greek manuscripts. The Church, if such records exist, would have every reason to conceal them, because they would undermine the accepted chronology of creation and the divine origin of mankind. Yet the Vatican is not alone. In the Islamic world, the House of Wisdom in Baghdad, founded in the 9th century, serve as a similar repository of ancient science and geography. Scholars have translated texts from Persia, India, Greece, and Egypt, many of which reference lost continents and ancient navigation. The Mongol destruction of Baghdad in 1258 supposedly ended this golden age, but scattered texts survived, carried west by scholars and refugees. Piri Reis himself may have acquired fragments of these lost atlases during his time in the Ottoman court, where ancient documents from Alexandria and Persia were still preserved in secret. In the East, legends speak of yet another hidden repository, the Library of Lhasa, set alive beneath the Potala Palace in Tibet. According to Tibetan tradition, it contains records of civilizations predating humanity, tablets carved with star maps and accounts of sky people who measured the earth before the dawn of our species. Explorers in the 19th and 20th centuries, including the mystic Nicholas Roerich, claim to have heard monks speak of maps older than the Himalayas themselves, kept sealed in golden chests for the return of a future age of enlightenment. Whether fact or myth, the legend mirrors the same pattern, that fragments of a prehistorical global knowledge have been hidden deliberately, protected from the cycles of destruction that periodically reset human civilization. Even in Europe, royal archives hide secrets that never see daylight. The Habsburgs of Austria, the French Bourbons, and the British Crown all accumulated vast collections of ancient manuscripts seized during wars and conquests. Among them, reportedly, are charts in the Templars and Knights Hospitaller, maps said to depict lands beyond the edge of the world. The Templars, with their mysterious voyages and rumored contact with Eastern mystics, were believed to have uncovered secret knowledge of lost continents during the Crusades. When their order was suppressed in the early 14th century, much of their wealth and documentation vanished overnight. Some believe those documents, including their maps, were hidden in Masonic archives that later influenced Renaissance exploration. Why would such information be suppressed? The answer lies in control. Control over truth, over belief, over the story of human origins. If ancient maps prove that advanced civilizations existed before the biblical flood, then the entire timeline of human history, as presented by both religious and academic authorities, would collapse. Humanity would have to accept that we are not the first great civilization, but the latest in a series of rises and falls stretching back tens of thousands of years. Such an admission would challenge the foundations of religion, politics, and science alike. It would force us to confront the possibility that the gods of antiquity were not divine at all, but the survivors of earlier ages, our ancestors, or perhaps something far older. Even today, small leaks from these archives spark controversy. Scholars who have allegedly seen certain restricted documents speak of maps unlike any in public collections, maps that show the Earth's true proportions, the hidden lands beneath the polar ice, and even coastlines now buried under the sea. Whistleblowers have described sealed vaults beneath Rome and Constantinople containing artifacts that blend ancient geometry with modern engineering precision, evidence that human civilization has risen and fallen many times. Yet, as always, these claims are met with silence, denial, or disappearance. A darker theory suggests that suppression is not merely about preserving doctrine, but maintaining power. The knowledge contained in these forbidden archives may include more than history. It may include the lost sciences of energy, magnetism, and planetary resonance, technologies capable of reshaping the world. If such knowledge were rediscovered, it could overturn the balance of modern civilization overnight. Thus, it remains buried, controlled by those who decide what the world is ready to know. But despite the efforts to hide the truth, the evidence continues to surface in old libraries, forgotten monasteries, and private collections. Every rediscovered chart, every decoded manuscript, brings us closer to reconstructing the original world map that connected the ancient past to our present. Perhaps the custodians of these archives were not villains, but guardians, preserving dangerous knowledge until humanity matures enough to understand it. Or perhaps they are gatekeepers, ensuring that only fragments leak through, keeping the full truth forever out of reach. The forbidden archives remain the shadow memory of human history, a library of ghosts, where the real story of our planet still waits in silence. Somewhere in those sealed vaults may lie the original map of the world before the flood, drawn by hands that saw the earth as it truly was. And if such a map exists, then the question is no longer whether ancient civilizations knew our planet. It is why their knowledge was buried. In the next chapter, we turn to the civilization most often accused of inheriting that ancient science, Egypt, the eternal land of stone and stars, whose priests claim to possess the records of a world that existed long before theirs, a world whose legacy may still sleep beneath the sands of the Nile. From the desert of Egypt rises a story that has haunted historians and seekers for centuries, a story of secret knowledge, ancient maps, and a civilization that may have inherited its wisdom from a forgotten world. Beneath the golden sands and silent temples of the Nile lies a legacy far older than the pyramids themselves, a whispered connection between the Egyptian priesthood and the mysterious source maps that later baffled Renaissance explorers. If the Piri Reis and Orontius Finaeus maps truly originated from ancient archives, then Egypt, guardian of sacred knowledge and heir to pre-Diluvian memory, may have been their conduit. Egypt's ancient priests did not see time as we do. They spoke of the earth in cycles, ages that rose and fell like the Nile itself. Their own civilization, they claimed, was not the first, but the latest in a line of human ages stretching back tens of thousands of years. In the temple of Edfu Tex, carved into stone over 2,000 years ago, the priests wrote of a time before the Great Flood, when the gods of the first time, the Shedi Netjeru, ruled a global kingdom. They described a primeval island, the homeland of the primeval ones, which sank beneath the waters after a catastrophic event. Survivors, they said, fled to Egypt and built the first temples in imitation of the original. These survivors, sometimes called the followers of Horus, became the builders, astronomers, and mathematicians who would later be mythologized as gods. If this is true, then Egypt's greatness was not born in isolation. It was a revival. The priests were not inventing geometry or astronomy, but preserving it. And that knowledge may have included cartography, the science of the world itself. The Greek philosopher Solon, from whom Plato learned the story of Atlantis, claimed to have heard it directly from Egyptian priests at Sais. They told him that Egypt had records of a great civilization that existed 9,000 years before your time. These records, they said, were written on stone and preserved in their temples. This account is not fantasy. Even Herodotus, the father of history, wrote that Egyptian priests possessed astronomical charts and maps reaching back thousands of years before Greece existed. What did those charts depict? Could they have been fragments of the same ancient source maps that later found their way into Renaissance Europe? Modern scholars dismiss these claims as exaggeration, but the consistency of the story across millennia is difficult to ignore. Ancient Egyptian temples were designed not just as places of worship, but as repositories of knowledge, libraries of architecture, mathematics, and astronomy encoded in stone. The Great Pyramid itself is more than a tomb. It is a geometric model of the Earth. Its base perimeter corresponds to the Earth's equatorial circumference at a precise scale, and its height encodes the distance from the poles to the center of the planet. Such precision implies not symbolic art, but scientific intent, a desire to preserve knowledge about the world's true form. This is where the Egyptian connection to the ancient maps becomes unavoidable. If the priests of Egypt preserved data about the shape and dimensions of the Earth, it is possible they also preserved knowledge of its geography, knowledge inherited from the antediluvian masters who came before the flood. The Greek geographer Strabo wrote that the priests possessed records of lands across the Western Sea. The historian Diodorus Siculus reported that the Egyptians remembered a time when their ancestors ruled lands far beyond Africa. Could these have been remnants of maps showing the Atlantic world? Perhaps even Atlantis itself? The trail of this secret knowledge may lead to the lost library of Alexandria, founded under the Ptolemies and said to have collected every known text from across the ancient world. Among its scrolls were works on geography, navigation, and astronomy gathered from Babylon, Phoenicia, Greece, and Egypt's own temple records. When the library burned, it is believed that some of its scrolls were smuggled to safer locations, among them the Temple of Heliopolis and later the Serapeum. When those two fell, fragments may have been hidden in underground chambers or carried away by scholars fleeing persecution. It is not unthinkable that these fragments, translated through Arabic, Byzantine, and finally Ottoman hands, could have resurfaced centuries later in the possession of Piri Reis or the Renaissance cartographers who followed him. Even more tantalizing is the legend of the Hall of Records, said to be buried beneath the Sphinx. According to both Egyptian and esoteric traditions, it is a hidden chamber containing the complete archives of the pre-flood civilization, their history, technology, and maps of the world as it once was. The Greek historian Pliny hinted that secret passages beneath the Sphinx led to vaults of learning. Edgar Cayce, the American mystic of the 20th century, revived the legend when he claimed that the Hall of Records will be discovered when humanity is ready. In the 1990s, seismic scans conducted near the Sphinx revealed a rectangular anomaly beneath its paws, an unexplained void that some believe could be the very chamber the legends describe. Whether or not the hall exists, the symbolism is clear. Egypt was the bridge between worlds, the civilization that carried the torch of knowledge from the last age into the present one. Its priests encoded the wisdom of the ancients into myths and monuments, ensuring that it could never be entirely lost, even if it could no longer be fully understood. The mathematical and astronomical sophistication of ancient Egypt continues to astonish scientists today. The alignment of pyramids to true north is so precise that it deviates by only a few arc minutes, a feat not replicated until the age of precision instruments. The Temple of Abu Simbel was constructed to align with the rising sun on the exact day of the pharaoh's coronation, a design that required centuries of astronomical observation. The Dendera zodiac maps not only the constellations of the northern hemisphere, but also records precessional movements of the stars over thousands of years. To possess such knowledge, the Egyptians must have had access to data stretching far back into prehistory, perhaps from a time before the last pole shift, when the stars themselves occupied different positions in the sky. This inheritance of forbidden knowledge was carefully guarded. The priesthood of Thoth, god of wisdom, was responsible for teaching initiates the sacred sciences. Thoth, known to the Greeks as Hermes Trismegistus, was said to have written the Emerald Tablets, which speak of knowledge reserved from the world before the flood. These texts became the foundation of Hermetic philosophy, a secret tradition that survived long after Egypt's decline. Through the Greeks, it passed into the mystery schools of Alexandria, then into the Arabic world, and finally into the Renaissance, where it would inspire scholars, alchemists, and explorers who sought the remnants of that ancient science. If the Egyptian connection is real, it explains how fragments of ancient world maps could have survived for millennia, hidden in sacred geometry, secret texts, and temples designed as cosmic diagrams. Egypt was a relay point, the place where the survivors of a destroyed world planted their wisdom in stone, knowing it would outlive them, and perhaps it did. For when European explorers set sail in the 15th and 16th centuries, chasing rumors of lands beyond the horizon, they were not venturing into the unknown. They were retracing the steps of those who came long before. The same knowledge that built the pyramids may have guided the hands that drew the Piri Reis map. The same geometry that aligned the Great Pyramid to the stars may have informed the cartographic precision that defies explanation even today. Egypt, then, was not merely the cradle of civilization. It was the vault of memory. It held within its monuments the mathematical, astronomical, and geographic code of a world that existed before history began. And though much of that knowledge has been lost or deliberately hidden, its fingerprints remain in the maps, the myths, and the monuments that continue to defy time. As we journey onward, we must follow that knowledge to the flood itself, into the stories of global cataclysm, where the earth was reshaped, continents drowned, and survivors carried their sacred science into a new dawn. Because if the Egyptian priests truly preserved the legacy of a world that came before, then the flood myths of every culture may not be allegory at all, but historical record, the moment when the ancient world ended and ours began. After the flood came silence. The world that had once thrived with knowledge, trade, and science was drowned beneath an ocean of mud and memory. Mountains shifted, cities vanished, and for the survivors, the landscape itself had changed so completely that it must have seemed as if the planet had been remade. Out of this devastation rose new myths, tales of gods, of deluges, of wrath and rebirth. Yet beneath those myths lies something else, the record of a real event that ended an age of global civilization and began ours. Nearly every culture on Earth preserves a version of the Great Flood. In Mesopotamia, it is a story of Utnapishtim in the Epic of Gilgamesh. In the Hebrew tradition, it is Noah and his ark. The Greeks spoke of Deucalion and Pyrrha, who repopulated the world after the waters receded. The Hindus told of Manu, warned by a divine fish to build a vessel before the deluge came. The Aztecs, the Chinese, the Dogon, and the Polynesians all tell the same tale. The world was destroyed by water, and only a few survived to begin anew. For centuries, scholars dismissed these stories as myths. But geological evidence now suggests they may describe real events that occurred near the end of the last ice age, roughly 12,000 years ago, when the Earth was transformed by sudden climate upheaval. Modern science recognizes this period as the Younger Dryas, a time when temperatures plummeted and then rose again with astonishing speed. Around 10,800 BCE, massive glacial lakes in North America burst, unleashing torrent of water that flooded entire continents. Sea levels rose by hundreds of feet. In a geological blink, the coastlines of the world were redrawn. Vast tracts of land disappeared beneath the oceans, lands that could easily have supported thriving populations. To those who lived through it, it would have seemed like the end of the world. To their descendants, it became the Great Flood. What makes this cataclysm so significant to our story is how perfectly it aligns with the timing of the ancient maps and myths. The Piri Reis and Orontius Finaeus maps appear to reflect coastlines from a pre-flood world, when Antarctica and other regions were not yet frozen. Ancient temples, like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, dated to nearly 11,000 BC, show evidence of advanced architecture emerging immediately after the cataclysm. It is as if a group of survivors, carrying the memory of a lost world, set out to rebuild civilization from ruins. The Egyptian priests called them the followers of Horus. The Sumerians called them the Anunnaki. The Greeks spoke of the Titans, and the Maya of the people of the serpent. Different names, same story. A group of enlightened beings who arrived after the flood, teaching agriculture, writing, astronomy, and geometry, the very foundations of civilization. Were they gods, as later generations believed, or were they the survivors of an earlier, technologically advanced world? Those who escaped the flood and sought to preserve what they could of their science? If we follow the evidence, we begin to see how the flood acted as both a destruction and a transmission. It erased the old world, but it also carried fragments of its knowledge into the new one. Survivors who have fled to higher ground, to Egypt, the Andes, the Himalayas, places that remained above the deluge. There they built temples and monuments to encode what they remembered. The movements of the stars, the measure of the earth, and the geometry of creation. They knew that another age of ignorance would follow, and they sought to ensure that one day their descendants might rediscover what they had lost. Ancient traditions even describe where some of this knowledge was hidden. The Egyptians spoke of records sealed in stone vaults beneath the western sands. The Maya preserved theirs in codices, later burned by the Spanish. In Mesopotamia, the priests of Eridu guarded clay tablets said to contain the maps of the 7 lands, a term eerily reminiscent of the 7 continents. These records, passed through millennia, may have formed the basis of mysterious source maps later used by the Renaissance cartographers. The knowledge was never entirely lost. It simply went underground, buried beneath myth and secrecy until the world was ready to receive it again. What could these survivors have known? To rebuild so quickly after the flood, they must have understood the cycles of the earth, the precession of the equinoxes, the shifting of the poles, the rise and fall of sea levels. Perhaps they saw the flood coming. Ice core data suggests that a sudden warming event could have caused massive glacial melt within decades. If an advanced civilization had existed before that time, its astronomers and engineers might have recognized the warning signs and attempted to preserve their knowledge. They would have mapped the world as it was, knowing it would soon be gone. Modern satellite imaging reveals strange anomalies on the ocean floor, vast terraces, submerged plateaus, and straight-line formations that could once have been coastlines or even city foundations. Off the coast of India, Cuba, and Japan, entire structures have been discovered beneath the waves, some dated over 9,000 years ago. Could these be the drowned cities of the flood? the remnants of civilization whose maps were later copied and preserved. The flood myths describe more than water. They describe memory. Each version tells of a chosen few who survive, guided by divine instruction or fate. They carry seeds, animals, and knowledge to repopulate the earth. This is not just a story of physical survival. It is a story of intellectual survival. The seed of civilization itself was saved, passed on through generations until it could bloom again. Even now, traces of that pre-flood wisdom linger in the world's oldest structures. Göbekli Tepe, built before agriculture, displays astronomical precision far beyond its supposed era. The megaliths of Cusco, Machu Picchu, and Pumapunku in South America are cut with laser-like accuracy from stone harder than granite. The myths of Viracocha in the Andes and Oans in Mesopotamia describe bearded teachers arriving after the flood, bearing knowledge of the stars and the sea. Are these coincidences or memories of the same event witnessed across continents? Science, myth, and map all converge on a single conclusion. Around 12,000 years ago, something enormous happened. It destroyed a global civilization, reshaped the planet, and forced humanity to start over. The survivors became the gods of legend. Their maps became the anomalies of history, and their knowledge became the seed of every civilization that followed. But if this knowledge was preserved, even in fragments, who inherited it next? Who carried the maps, the geometry, the forbidden science through the ages until it reemerged in the Renaissance? The answer may lie in the records of the world's first organized civilizations, in Sumer, in Babylon, in Egypt, where scribes spoke of a world grid laid out by the gods themselves. In the next section, we will explore those ancient records and the astonishing idea that early humans lived upon a planet already mapped and measured by beings who came before, the architects of the Sumerian world grid. In the baked clay tablets of Sumer, humanity's first recorded civilization, lies one of the greatest enigmas of the ancient world. Repeated references to a planet already mapped and measured long before Sumer itself existed. These texts speak of the seven lands, of a world divided by precise lines, coordinates, and boundaries that could not have been known without global knowledge. The Sumerians, who appeared suddenly around 4000 BCE with advanced writing, mathematics, and astronomy, claimed they did not invent their sciences. They inherited them. They said their knowledge came from beings they called the Anunnaki, who descended from the heavens to bring order to the world. But what if these gods were not supernatural at all? What if they were the last inheritors of a pre-flood civilization, the same mapmakers whose global understanding later surfaced in the mysterious charts of the Renaissance? The Sumerian records are among humanity's oldest documents, yet they read like blueprints for a planet already surveyed. The Enuma Elish, their creation epic, describes a god dividing the earth into 7 portions, establishing measuring lines to separate lands and seas. Another text, the Sumerian King List, recounts rulers who reigned for thousands of years before the flood, implying a lineage stretching back to a forgotten epoch. Archaeologists interpret these as symbolic, but their detail is strikingly technical. The Sumerians used a sexagesimal base 60 mathematical system, which perfectly fits into 360 degrees of a circle, the same geometry used in modern navigation and cartography. This mathematical system was not the invention of a primitive culture. It was a legacy, a sophisticated numerical language that allowed precise measurement of angles, distances, and celestial movement. Consider what this means. The Sumerians, living over 6,000 years ago, had a numerical framework perfectly suited for dividing the earth into coordinates. They built ziggurats aligned to cardinal directions, mapped the movement of planets with stunning accuracy, and maintained calendars still precise today. How could a people who had just emerged from a supposed Neolithic era have acquired such advanced geodesy? They themselves give us the answer. Their gods, the Anunnaki, taught it to them. The word Anunnaki literally means those who came down from above. Whether one interprets this metaphorically as survivors of a lost civilization or literally as visitors from the sky, the message is the same. The knowledge came from elsewhere, from a world older than history. Among the most astonishing discoveries in Mesopotamia are the Babylonian world maps, clay tablets dating to around 600 BCE, but likely copied from far older sources. One of these, known as the Imago Mundi, depicts a circular earth surrounded by a bitter river of the ocean, with 7 triangular lands beyond it. echoing the 7 lands mentioned in Sumerian cosmology. Scholars long dismiss these outer lands as myth, but their symmetrical arrangement and mathematical spacing suggests something else, a coded map of real geographic regions, perhaps memory fragments of a pre-flood world. Some researchers have noticed that the angles and proportions of the triangles correspond roughly to the distribution of continents around the globe, an impossible coincidence for a civilization supposedly unaware of lands beyond Mesopotamia. Even more compelling are the Sumerians' astronomical records. They charted the heavens with uncanny precision, recording the movements of Venus, Jupiter, and even Uranus, long before the latter was visible through telescopes. Their knowledge of precession, the slow wobble of Earth's axis that takes 25,920 years to complete a full cycle, suggests observations accumulated over immense spans of time. Such data could only have come from continuous, precise measurements, perhaps inherited from a civilization that existed before the last pole shift. The idea that such an ancient society mapped the entire world, and possibly the stars, begins to seem less like fantasy and more like suppressed history. The Sumerians also believed the Earth was connected by an invisible network of energy, a cosmic lattice they called the Mi. These Mi were divine decrees or powers that governed both natural forces and human order, but in the esoteric interpretation of later Babylonian and Hermetic traditions, they may have referred to actual energetic lines, the same ley lines or telluric currents that many ancient cultures recognized. Could the Sumerian world grid have been both spiritual and scientific, a global mapping of Earth's energy field that guided the placement of temples, cities, and ziggurats? When we overlay the sites of ancient Mesopotamian temples with other sacred locations across the world, patterns emerge, geometric alignments that defy coincidence. For example, if one draws a great circle line connecting Giza, Babylon, and the ancient city of Eridu, the Sumerian first city, that line continues eastward to the ruins of Mohenjo-daro in the Indus Valley and onward toward Angkor Wat in Cambodia. These sites, though separated by thousands of miles and built by different cultures, share a precise geodetic alignment, as though they were all positioned on a global coordinate grid designed long before written history. The odds of this being random are astronomically low. It's as if the Sumerians and their predecessors were following a pre-existing blueprint, a planetary architecture inherited from an earlier civilization that understood Earth's curvature, energy, and geometry. Even the layout of Sumerian cities seems to reflect this hidden order. Archaeologists have noted that temples, ziggurats, and city walls were aligned not only to the stars but to one another, forming perfect right angles and geometric ratios. The ziggurat of Ur, for instance, is oriented precisely along the meridian of true north, matching the same degree of precision found in the Great Pyramid of Egypt. Were these cultures sharing a common mapping system? If so, it would explain why similar architectural principles appear in civilizations separated by oceans, because they all inherited their blueprints from a single source, the cartographers of the pre-flood world. Mainstream historians argue that such correlations are products of human coincidence and parallel evolution, yet the deeper one studies a pattern, the more intentional it appears. Across continents, ancient builders placed their greatest monuments along mathematically significant latitudes. Giza sits near the 30th parallel north. So do Sumer, Lhasa, and the ruins of the ancient Olmec sites in Mexico. This latitude, as it happens, corresponds to a nodal point on what some modern researchers call the Earth energy grid, a network of geomagnetic intersections that ancient peoples may have used for navigation, energy generation, or spiritual communion. If the Sumerians indeed preserved knowledge of this grid, it would mean they understood the Earth not as a flat surface, but as a living, breathing sphere, a holistic organism woven with energy lines. Their maps, whether etched in clay or transmitted through myth, could represent a multidimensional view of the planet, both physical and energetic. The 7 lands might not just be continents, but realms of resonance, zones where the Earth's magnetic field interacts with human consciousness. In that sense, the Sumerian world grid wasn't only a map, it was a spiritual technology, a bridge between heaven and earth. This synthesis of science and spirituality would later influence nearly every great civilization that followed. The Babylonians refined it into astrology, connecting celestial patterns to human fate. The Egyptians encoded it into their temple architecture, aligning monuments to energy lines and stellar risings. The Greeks inherited it through Pythagoras and Plato, who spoke of the music of the spheres and the geometric harmony of the cosmos. And during the Renaissance, this ancient geodesy reemerged in the hands of cartographers like Mercator and Piri Reis, whose maps quietly echoed the lost knowledge of the Sumerian world grid. But if the Sumerians were the inheritors of this forgotten global system, one question remains. Who built it first? Who laid down the original meridians, the invisible lines of geometry and power that guided the birth of civilizations? To find that answer, we must follow the mythic trail northward, to a land said to exist beyond the north wind, a place of eternal light and peace where the first great race of humanity was said to have lived. The Greeks called it Hyperborea, the vanished northern paradise that may hold the key to the Earth's first true map. Far to the north, beyond the reach of the known world, ancient civilization spoke of a land bathed in perpetual light, a realm untouched by time, disease, or death. The Greeks called it Hyperborea, the land beyond Boreas, the god of the north wind. To them, it was not myth but memory, a distant paradise where the first and purest race of humankind once lived, in harmony with nature and the cosmos. Long after it vanished, its echoes persisted, in maps, in myths, and in the very geometry of ancient monuments. And perhaps, if we listen carefully, Hyperborea may reveal itself not as a fantasy, but as a forgotten chapter of Earth's prehistory, a real land that once existed near the pole, remembered dimly by those who survived its fall. In classical Greek writings, Hyperborea was more than legend. It was a place of detailed description. Herodotus, the father of history, wrote of a people who lived beyond the north wind, blessed by the gods, where the sun shines 24 hours a day. Pindar, one of Greece's greatest poets, described the Hyperboreans as immortal, living without toil or sorrow, surrounded by mountains of gold and rivers of honey. They worship Apollo, god of light and reason, who was said to visit their land each winter, while leaving Delphi behind. In every account, Hyperborea appears not as an underworld or celestial realm, but as a physical paradise, a northern continent rich in life. But what made this legend so enduring? Perhaps because traces of it appear far beyond Greece. The Vedic texts of ancient India describe a northern paradise known as a Thirakuru, a luminous realm at the top of the world where the sun never sets. Norse mythology tells of Asgard, the realm of the gods connected to Earth by the Bifrost Bridge, and Thule, a northern island beyond the Arctic seas. The Celts spoke of Tir na Nog, the land of eternal youth, and the Chinese told of Shambhala, hidden near the pole star. Each culture, separated by oceans and centuries, remembered the same archetype, a radiant land in the far north, home to advanced beings who guided humanity before vanishing into myth. The persistence of this memory hints at something deeper than metaphor. For ancient map-makers, Hyperborea was not symbolic. It was geographical. Early Renaissance maps, like those of Mercator and Ortelius, clearly depict a polar continent divided into 4 distinct regions, with rivers converging upon a central mountain, labeled Rupes Nigri et Altissima, the very high black rock. Mercator wrote that this data came from ancient sources, specifically from a lost work by the 14th century monk Jacobus Noyen, who claimed to have seen Norse manuscripts describing polar lands now lost beneath the sea. The consistency of these accounts, across time and culture, suggests they were based on more than imagination. What if Hyperborea was a real land, one that existed during the last ice age, when the northern regions were warmer than they are today? Geological studies reveal that the Arctic, before the cataclysmic climate shifts of 10,000 BC, was not entirely frozen. Fossilized forests, preserved mammoth remains, and evidence of temperate flora have been found on islands north of Siberia and Canada. The polar regions were once verdant. If a civilization had flourished there during that time, its memory would have endured as the ultimate lost paradise, swallowed not by myth, but by ice. The Hyperboreans were described as masters of science, music, and geometry, a race that lived in perfect harmony with cosmic law. According to Greek tradition, they built temples of light aligned with the stars, and their understanding of the Earth's axis was so profound that they could predict celestial movements with ease. This knowledge, the Greeks said, flowed southward after Hyperborea's fall, forming the foundation of the Delphic mysteries, Egyptian astronomy, and even the architecture of Stonehenge. The idea that wisdom radiated outward from a polar source became central to many mystery traditions, that all sacred knowledge originated from a single northern civilization destroyed by cataclysm. In the writings of Hecataeus and Diodorus Siculus, we find references to sacred offerings sent from Hyperborea to Delphi, carried from tribe to tribe across Europe. The ritual was said to preserve the bond between the Hyperboreans and the rest of humanity, a spiritual trade route stretching across continents. Symbolically, it represents the transmission of knowledge from the north to the south, from a lost homeland to the emerging civilizations of the post-flood world. But if Hyperborea was real, what caused its disappearance? The answer may lie in the same events that reshaped the entire planet. The end of the last ice age, when the Earth's axis shifted and global floods consumed entire regions. A rapid crustal displacement could have pushed Hyperborea's lands northward, plunging them into the Arctic Circle, where they froze beneath glaciers. The survivors would have fled south, bringing their knowledge with them. In myth, they became gods, heroes, and teachers, the civilizers who founded new cultures after the cataclysm. Some researchers believe traces of Hyperborea can still be found today, hidden beneath the Arctic ice cap or buried under the sea north of Greenland. Satellite imagery has revealed anomalous land formations beneath the polar ice, including symmetrical ridges and plateaus inconsistent with natural geology. Others propose that the remains of this ancient land correspond to the continental shelf now submerged beneath the Arctic Ocean, a world swallowed by rising seas. The magnetic anomalies recorded near the pole, described by explorers since the 16th century, could be remnants of ancient structures or energy sources left behind by its inhabitants. Even in the 20th century, explorers and visionaries continued to chase the ghost of Hyperborea. The polar expeditions of Admiral Richard E. Byrd sparked rumors of vast ice-free regions and hidden lands beyond the pole, stories that later evolved into the legend of Agartha or the Hollow Earth. While mainstream science dismissed these claims, the persistence of such accounts underscores humanity's collective intuition that something once existed there, something we can sense but no longer see. From a symbolic perspective, Hyperborea represents not just a lost land, but a lost state of being, an age when humanity lived in alignment with the rhythms of the planet. The Hyperboreans, according to ancient sources, were beings of balance and light. They did not wage wars or build empires. They lived according to natural law. In esoteric teachings, their fall marks the transition from the Golden Age to the Silver Age, the moment humanity turned away from cosmic harmony toward material ambition. Their disappearance, therefore, is both physical and spiritual, a fall from knowledge into ignorance. Yet the legacy of Hyperborea survives. Its geometry, encoded in ancient temples and monuments, hints that its people understood the Earth's energy grid, the same network of ley lines and nodal points used later by Egyptians, Druids, and Mayans. Its memory was preserved in the midst of polar light and divine teachers who came from the north to rebuild civilization. And perhaps most strikingly, its image was immortalized in the polar maps of the Renaissance, where the fourfold northern continent stands as a ghostly reminder of the first world that humanity ever knew. If Hyperborea truly existed, then it may have been humanity's first global civilization, one that spanned from the polar regions to the equator, leaving behind the seeds of every culture that followed. When the ice returned, their cities were entombed, their libraries erased, and their people scattered across the globe. But their influence endured in the wisdom traditions of every ancient culture, in the midst of celestial teachers, and in the mysterious accuracy of maps that should not exist. The story of Hyperborea is not just a tale of paradise lost. It is the opening chapter of human history. It tells us that our ancestors once lived in communion with the planet, guided by knowledge that united heaven and earth. And when their world was destroyed, they carried that knowledge south, to the highlands of Tibet, the plains of Mesopotamia, the temples of Egypt, and beyond. In the next part of our journey, we will turn our gaze eastward to another vanished world said to have bridged the Indian and Pacific Oceans, a civilization remembered in both scientific speculation and sacred myth as Lemuria, the forgotten continent of the East. If Hyperborea was the cradle of the North, then Lemuria was its southern mirror, a world that may hold the next vital clue to understanding the global civilization that once was, and the ancient maps that preserve its memory. Across the warm, prehistoric seas of the Indian and Pacific Oceans, there was once said to exist a vast continent, a land that connected Africa, India, and Australia, now vanished beneath the waves. Its name has changed over centuries. To the Tamils, it was Kumari Kandam. To 19th century science, it became Lemuria. And to mystics, it was the motherland of humanity. This was no mere island, but an immense southern realm, teeming with life, wisdom, and civilization, obliterated by a cataclysm so complete that only whispers survived in myth and the faint outlines traced on ancient maps. The concept of Lemuria began in the 19th century, when zoologist Philip Sclater noticed an odd distribution of lemur fossils across Madagascar, India, and Southeast Asia, but none in Africa or the Middle East. To explain this pattern, he proposed a lost land bridge connecting these regions, a continent he named Lemuria. At first, it was a scientific hypothesis, but when geologists found no evidence of such a landmass within modern geological timescales, the idea faded from mainstream science. Yet long before Sclater, ancient traditions across Asia had already spoken of a drowned southern world, destroyed in an age when the oceans were young. In Tamil legend, Kumari Kandam was a birthplace of civilization, the cradle of the Tamil people and of all human culture. Texts like the Silapadikaram and Kalatukai describe a flourishing kingdom that stretched far south of modern India, now lying beneath the Indian Ocean. Its capital, then Madurai, was said to have been a city of scholars, poets, and astronomers, a beacon of knowledge wiped away by 3 successive floods. These floods match remarkably well with geological evidence of rising sea levels following the last ice age. Even today, the submerged plateaus of the Indian Ocean Ridge and the Seychelles Mascarene Plateau hint that vast tract of land once stood above the sea. In the esoteric traditions of the 19th and 20th centuries, Lemuria became far more than a geological theory. It became the mythical cradle of mankind. Theosophist Helena Blavatsky wrote that Lemuria was home to one of the earliest root races of humanity, beings who were both physical and spiritual, capable of telepathic communication and harmony with the planet's magnetic energies. According to her and later occult scholars like James Churchward, Lemuria, or Mu, as he called it, was not a primitive society, but a golden civilization whose fall marked the first great rupture in human history. But what does this have to do with ancient maps? Quite a lot. Several pre-Renaissance maps, particularly those of the 15th and 16th centuries, show a massive southern continent that extends far north toward the Indian Ocean and connects with what we now know as Madagascar and Australia. On maps such as Orontius Finaeus 1531 World Map and the Piri Reis chart, one can see features remarkably similar to the shape of the submerged continental shelves in this region. These drawings predate modern exploration of the southern hemisphere by centuries. So where did their information come from? If we accept that some of these maps were based on source charts from antiquity, then perhaps Lemuria, or whatever real land inspired it, was once surveyed and mapped by ancient navigators. As sea levels rose, its coastlines would have vanished beneath the ocean, leaving only fragmented memories preserved in oral traditions. Later cartographers, copying from ancient sources, may have faithfully drawn this lost continent without realizing they were recording the ghost of a world long gone. Geological research offers tantalizing hints that lend credibility to the legend. Beneath the Indian Ocean lies a massive submerged landform known as the Kerguelen Plateau, roughly the size of Western Europe. Studies show it was once above sea level millions of years ago, and later sank due to volcanic and tectonic shifts. Nearby, the Seychelles Bank and Mascarene Plateau also contain submerged mountain ranges that would have formed large islands or land bridges during lower sea levels. While mainstream geology dates these events to eras far older than human civilization, the mythic resonance is undeniable. An immense southern land once stood where only ocean now rolls. There are also linguistic and cultural clues. Striking similarities exist between ancient Tamil, Polynesian, and even Mayan languages, suggesting a prehistoric exchange of ideas or migration that spanned the Pacific. Megalithic architecture, serpent worship, and sun symbolism appear consistently across these regions. If Lemuria once bridged the Indian and Pacific worlds, it could explain how such cultural parallels emerged in places thousands of miles apart. Some researchers go further, arguing that Lemuria was a southern counterpart to Hyperborea, the balance between north and south, light and dark, yin and yang. In this view, the two continents represented the poles of a global civilization that encircled the planet before the Great Flood. When the Earth's axis shifted, both were destroyed. Hyperborea frozen beneath ice, Lemuria drowned beneath the sea. The survivors fled to higher ground, some to Egypt and Sumer, others to the Andes and Easter Island, carried with them fragments of their lost knowledge. Even today, fragments of Lemuria's memories seem to rise from the depths. Off the coast of India, near the Gulf of Cambay, sonar surveys have revealed the ruins of what appear to be ancient urban structures, roads, grids, and buildings submerged beneath 120 feet of water and carbon dated to at least 9,000 BCE. In the Pacific, near the Hawaiian and Easter Island chains, underwater terraces and megalithic shapes hint at construction predating known Polynesian cultures. If these discoveries are connected, they could represent the final remnants of the Lemurian world. But beyond science, Lemuria's story carries a profound symbolic message. In spiritual traditions, it represents an age when humanity lived in harmony with nature, guided by intuition rather than technology. Its destruction symbolizes the loss of that harmony, the fall from a golden age into the material world. The myths say its people were tall, radiant, and wise, possessing mastery of both the physical and the metaphysical realms. They understood the planet's energetic grid and built their temples upon its nodal points, the same ley line intersections later used in Hindu and Buddhist architecture. When the sea rose and their civilization fell, its memory transformed into myth, but the knowledge survived. The ancient Sanskrit texts speak of Manadvipa, the Isle of Jewels, hidden beneath the southern sea, where the goddess Sarasvati guards the wisdom of the world. Polynesian chants speak of Hawaii, the motherland from which all tribes came before the ocean swallowed it. Even early Christian mystics referred to an Eden of the South, a paradise beneath the waters. Every culture, it seems, kept a faint echo of the same truth. A great land once existed there, and its destruction reshaped the course of human history. Could the ancient maps, then, be the last surviving evidence of Lemuria's existence? Perhaps their creators, those mysterious prehistoric cartographers, were recording coastlines that no longer exist. Or perhaps the maps are mirrors of memory, passed from hand to hand across thousands of years, reminders of a civilization that refused to be forgotten. Whatever the case, the legend of Lemuria bridges two worlds, the scientific and the mythical, the seen and the unseen. It stands as the southern half of humanity's lost story, complementing Hyperborea's northern light. Together they frame a forgotten era, a time when the Earth's continents were arranged differently, when people understood the planet as a living being, and when the art of mapping was not just a science, but a sacred act of remembering. As we leave the drowned South behind, the next great mystery rises from the heart of the Pacific Ocean, a realm spoken by priests, explorers, and mystics alike. Its name is Mu, said to be the mother empire of both Lemuria and Atlantis. It is a lost Pacific world whose fragments the ocean as islands today. To explore Mu is to step into the deepest waters of forbidden archaeology, where myth and geology converge once again to reveal that our planet's history is far older and far stranger than we have ever dared to imagine. In the heart of the Pacific Ocean, vast, deep, and seemingly eternal, lies one of the most enduring mysteries in human imagination, the lost continent of Mu. It is said to have stretched from Easter Island to Micronesia, from the coast of Asia to the shores of the Americas, a sprawling empire that ruled the seas in an age before time. The very mention of Mu evokes a haunting vision, a paradise of temples and golden cities, of astronomer priests who charted the heavens and recorded the world upon maps that would one day baffle the Renaissance. Whether legend, memory, or truth, the story of Mu sits at the crossroads of science and myth, where the Pacific's abyss hides a memory of a vanished world. The tale of Mu, as we know today, came to light in the 19th and early 20th centuries through the work of Colonel James Churchward, a British explorer and mystic. While stationed in India, Churchward claimed to have gained access to ancient Nakal tablets preserved by high-ranking temple priests. These tablets, he said, told of a vast Pacific continent, Mu, the original motherland from which all later civilizations descended. According to the priests, Mu was home to 64 million people and a network of colonies that stretched across the globe. It was, Churchward wrote, the birthplace of mankind, a world of peace and enlightenment that flourished until a series of volcanic cataclysms tore it apart and sank it beneath the Pacific waves. At first glance, such claims seem fantastical. Yet Churchward's descriptions of Mu contain elements that appear in myths from dozens of cultures scattered across the Pacific basin. Polynesian legends speak of Hawaii, the ancestral homeland from which all tribes came before the sea swallowed it. The Maori call it Hawaii Nui, the Great Hawaii, set alive far to the northeast under the horizon. In Hawaii, the word Mu itself appears in sacred chants as the name of an ancient priestly class who knew the stars and measured the world. Across the ocean, the Mayans told a homeland called Tula, destroyed by fire and flood, while the Aztecs preserved memory of a similar place named Aslan, the land from which their ancestors journeyed before founding their civilization. These parallel traditions suggest that the myth of Mu may preserve the echo of a shared, prehistoric memory, a memory of migration from a lost Pacific world. What makes this legend even more striking is that the Pacific Ocean itself bears geological scars that seem to hint at lost continents. The ocean floor is not a smooth abyss, but a landscape of submerged plateaus, ridges, and mountain chains, the remnants of ancient landmasses now lying thousands of feet beneath the sea. Among them, the Lemuria Plateau, the Marshall Islands Ridge, and the Mid-Pacific Mountains stand out as evidence of tectonic upheaval on a continental scale. In particular, the Lemuria-Mu Ridge system, identified through modern sonar mapping, reveals structures that were once above sea level before massive subsidence occurred. Could these be the geological remnants of the land Churchward described? While mainstream geology dates these structures to millions of years ago, far older than human civilization, there remains a growing body of anomalous evidence suggesting human activity in the Pacific far earlier than previously believed. Megalithic ruins discovered on islands like Pohnpei, Easter Island, and Nanmadol in Micronesia defy easy explanation. Nanmadol, often called the Venice of the Pacific, consists of massive basalt columns stacked into artificial islands and canals covering nearly 200 acres. No written history explains who built it or why, but local legend insists it was constructed by the descendants of a vanished people who came from the east, from a sunken land. Similarly, the enigmatic Moai statues of Easter Island, carved from volcanic rock and transported miles across rough terrain, point to an advanced maritime society with knowledge of engineering, astronomy, and earth energy. The Rapa Nui people, when asked by early explorers who had built the statues, simply replied, "The long ears did those who came from Hiva before the Great Wave." Hiva, in Polynesian tradition, was a continent far to the west that sank beneath the sea, a striking parallel to Churchward's Mu. Even linguistic and cultural links hint at a once-connected world. Polynesian, Mayan, and early Southeast Asian languages share root words for sky, water, and creation, suggesting prehistoric contact across the ocean. The step pyramid architecture of Mesoamerica mirrors that of ancient temples in Indonesia and Micronesia. The serpent deity Quetzalcoatl of Central America bears uncanny resemblance to Naga, the serpent guardians of Hindu and Buddhist cosmology. Across continents, the myths converge. Gods who came from the sea, taught writing, astronomy, and agriculture, and departed when their homeland was destroyed. Could all of this be coincidence, or the lingering shadow of a single lost civilization that once unified the Pacific world? Modern oceanographic studies have revealed something else of interest. The Pacific Ring of Fire, a massive zone of volcanic and seismic activity encircling the ocean. Churchward's story of Mu's destruction fits eerily well within this context. He wrote that Mu was torn apart by a series of volcanic convulsions, its crust collapsing into the Earth's mantle, leaving only island chains as remnants. While his timeline, roughly 12,000 years ago, predates conventional geological dating, it corresponds almost exactly with the Younger Dryas cataclysm, the same global event that flooded coastlines and ended the Ice Age. If Churchward sources were based on real, ancient observations, it could mean that a Pacific landmass, perhaps not a true continent, but a vast archipelago, did indeed vanish in that era. The possibility that Mu once existed raises profound questions about the nature of human civilization. How could such an advanced culture arise in prehistory and vanish without a trace? The answer may lie in the ocean itself. The Pacific covers 1/3 of the planet's surface. its depths largely unexplored. If even a fraction of Churchward's claims are true, then the evidence of Mu's existence lies buried beneath miles of sediment and volcanic ash, hidden from human eyes. Modern deep-sea mapping has only begun to reveal the ancient landscapes below. Perhaps one day, the ruins of a drowned city, columns, walls, or pyramids will emerge from those depths, vindicating the old legends once dismissed as fantasy. But even if the physical land of Mu remains undiscovered, its cultural fingerprints are unmistakable. Across Asia, Polynesia, and the Americas, the same symbols recur: the spiral, the serpent, the step pyramid, and the sun disk. The same star alignments appear in temples separated by oceans, the Pleiades, Orion, and Sirius, as though the builders shared a single celestial language. The implication is staggering: a pre-flood civilization that spread its knowledge across the world, leaving behind fragments that became the foundations of later cultures. For many esoteric traditions, Mu represents the spiritual origin of humanity, a time when knowledge and intuition were one, when humans lived in harmony with the planet's energy grid. Its fall marks the first great forgetting, the moment when the human race became divided, scattered, and exiled from its own wisdom. The flood that consumed Mu did not only destroy its cities, it drowned our memory of who we were. And yet, memory endures. In the silent stones of Nan Madol, in the submerged terraces off Japan's Yonaguni coast, in the chants of Polynesian elders, the voice of Mu still whispers. Perhaps the ancient maps that depict impossible landmasses in the Pacific are not mistakes, but remnants of a truth too vast for history to contain. They are the echoes of the cartographers of Mu, who once mapped the world as it was, before the ocean claimed their home. If Lemuria was a bridge between India and the Pacific, then Mu was a heart, the mother civilization whose influence radiated across both East and West. Its destruction reshaped the earth, its survivors seeded new cultures, and its memory became the backbone of myth. To trace its legacy is to follow the veins of human history itself, leading back to the source of our first Great Awakening. But Mu's story also carries a warning. Every civilization, no matter how advanced, lives at the mercy of the Earth's rhythms. The same forces that raised Mu, volcanism, magnetism, and energy, eventually destroyed it. And perhaps, deep down, that is why the maps of these lost continents still haunt us. They remind us that we, too, live upon shifting ground, that the world we know is not permanent, but a brief chapter in a much older, recurring story. In the next section, we turn from myth to confrontation, from the legends of the ancients to the hard face of modern science. For while scholars dismiss Lemuria and Mu as fantasies, new data from oceanography, geology, and satellite imaging have begun to reveal anomalies that challenge everything we thought we knew. As the boundaries between myth and reality blur once more, we must ask, could the lost continents be returned to the map of human history? For centuries, the world of academia stood firm in its dismissal of the lost continents. Atlantis, Lemuria, and Mu were branded as poetic myths, born from human longing rather than evidence. To speak of them seriously was to risk exile from the halls of scientific respectability. Yet, as technology advanced and humanity gained the tools to peer beneath the waves and map the hidden landscapes of the ocean floor, something began to shift. What was once dismissed as fantasy has begun to reveal strange, undeniable traces, geological, magnetic, and archaeological anomalies that refuse to fit neatly into the established timeline of Earth's history. We are now entering the age when myth and science begin to meet, when sonar and satellite imaging uncover the very mysteries our ancestors may have tried to warn us about. Modern oceanography has given us an unprecedented view of the world beneath the sea. Using multi-beam sonar, satellite altimetry, and submersible vehicles, scientists have mapped nearly the entire ocean floor, and what they found has astonished even the most skeptical researchers. Far from being a featureless abyss, the ocean's depths are filled with mountain ranges, plateaus, river channels, and even vast, flat plains that resemble ancient floodplains. Some of these structures appear strikingly artificial in geometry: long, straight ridges, perfect 90-degree corners, and symmetrical terraces that defy random formation. In several locations, most notably near the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, the Mascarene Plateau, and the Pacific Micronesian Basin, geological formations exist that could easily have once been dry land before the great floods and crustal shifts that ended the last ice age. In the 1990s, a startling discovery reignited the debate. High-resolution sonar mapping of the Atlantic Ocean revealed what appeared to be rectilinear patterns on the seafloor off the coast of the Azores, a group of volcanic islands long associated with the legend of Atlantis. Though some scientists quickly dismissed the images as artifact of data stitching, the region's geological peculiarities remain difficult to explain. The Azores Plateau sits atop a triple junction of tectonic plates, an unstable region where volcanic activity and uplift could have temporarily created an island continent, later destroyed in a cataclysmic collapse. Even mainstream geologists admit that the Azores were once far larger above sea level, possibly forming a chain of islands or continuous landmass thousands of years ago. Equally baffling are the underwater anomalies found across the Indian and Pacific Oceans. Off the coast of Cuba, researchers using sonar in 2001 discovered vast geometric structures lying nearly 2,000 feet below the surface, patterns resembling roads, pyramids, and plazas stretching for miles. Preliminary investigations suggested that these structures could predate any known civilization, but access to the site was later restricted, and the data quietly shelved. Near Yonaguni, Japan, another mystery lies beneath the waves, a massive step pyramid-like formation that appears to have been cut into the bedrock with precision tools. Geologists are divided. Some insist it is natural, while others argue that the sharp edges, stairways, and column bases are unmistakably man-made. If it is human in origin, it would rewrite the story of civilization, dating advanced construction back at least 12,000 years. Satellite imaging has added new layers to the mystery. In recent years, gravimetric satellite data, which measures tiny variations in Earth's gravity field, has revealed buried ridges and seamounts arranged in unexpected patterns. In the southern Indian Ocean, beneath layers of sediment, scientists discovered the outline of a possible microcontinent, now called Mauritius, a fragment of crust that once connected Madagascar and India. Its age? Around 85 million years. But that is not the whole story. The sediment above Mauritius contained microfossils and zircon crystals that appear to have been reworked much later, perhaps during the late Pleistocene. If any part of Mauritius remained above sea level within the last 20,000 years, it could easily correspond to the legendary lands remembered as Lemuria or Kumari Kandam. Meanwhile, Antarctica continues to yield its secrets. Beneath its 2-mile-thick ice sheet, radar surveys have uncovered ancient river valleys, lake systems, and what appear to be coastlines, features consistent with an ice-free landscape. The discovery of Lake Vostok, containing liquid water and possibly microbial life sealed for millions of years, has fueled speculation that Antarctica's ice may conceal far more than geology. One radar scan conducted by NASA's Operation Icebridge in the early 2010s revealed symmetrical, rectangular formations buried beneath the ice near Queen Maud Land, formations that some researchers argue resemble the foundations of massive structures. Officially, these are dismissed as natural patterns of subglacial erosion, but for those who have studied the old maps, the Piri Reis, the Orontius Finaeus, these radar images echo something deeply unsettling. The possibility that these maps were accurate precisely because they were based on observations made before Antarctica was entombed in ice. Magnetic mapping has also revealed anomalies that defy conventional geology. Across the globe, clusters of high-intensity magnetic points form linear paths, bands that correspond eerily with the so-called ancient ley lines described in esoteric traditions. Modern physicists see them as remnants of ancient crustal fractures or variations in mineral composition. But to ancient map makers, these lines may have represented something else entirely, a planetary network of energy, geometry, and resonance. It is as though the Earth itself was once seen as a living, breathing organism, and these lines were its veins. What we now measure as magnetism, they might have perceived as the breath of the planet, the invisible force that connected all life. Even mainstream science has begun to concede that we do not yet fully understand Earth's past geography. The concept of lost continents is no longer confined to myth. In recent decades, geologists have officially identified several submerged continental fragments: Zealandia in the Pacific, Mauritius in the Indian Ocean, and Greater Adria in the Mediterranean. Zealandia alone, stretching from New Zealand to New Caledonia, covers nearly 2 million square miles and once stood above sea level. Scientists now admit that global sea levels and tectonic instability have repeatedly drowned and resurrected vast regions throughout Earth's history. If this occurred in deep prehistory, could it not have happened again within the memory of early humans? Perhaps the most provocative evidence of all comes not from the sea, but from the shore. All along the world's coastlines, from Japan to the Caribbean, lie sunken ruins, megalithic blocks, and submerged terraces that seem to have been built for civilizations living before the end of the last ice age. Sites like Dwarka in India, Bimini Road in the Bahamas, and Yanaguni Monument all share features suggesting deliberate human construction. Their dates, if verified, would push the origins of civilization back thousands of years, long before Mesopotamia or Egypt. It is here that the frontier between science and forbidden archaeology becomes razor-thin. Every discovery that challenges a timeline is met with swift skepticism, often dismissed as natural coincidence or data error. Yet the coincidences continue to pile up. Submerged city grids, unexplained precision-cut stonework, and ancient maps that depict coastlines as they were before the seas rose. At some point, coincidence begins to look like conspiracy or memory. The truth may lie somewhere in between. The lost continents of myth may not have been singular, isolated lands, but fragments of larger, shifting worlds, regions repeatedly swallowed and reborn as the earth rebalanced itself. The map-makers of the ancient world may have inherited these memories through oral tradition, copying and preserving them long after the lands themselves had vanished. In that sense, the ancient maps that show continents that never existed were not wrong. They were remembering. Modern technology has given us tools that our ancestors could never have dreamed of: satellites that see through clouds, sonar that peers through water, radar that penetrates ice. Yet the more we look, the more we find patterns that echo what those ancient civilizations already seemed to know: that the Earth's surface is impermanent and that entire worlds can vanish without a trace. And so, as modern science inadvertently rediscovers what ancient myths have always told us, the line between legend and evidence begins to blur. The cataclysms that shaped our planet's surface did not happen in a distant geological past. They happened within human memory. Beneath the seas, under the ice, and along the fault lines of the earth, the truth waits, silent but persistent. In the next chapter, we will follow the trail of these discoveries into the realm of forbidden archaeology, where unearthed artifacts, megalithic anomalies, and ancient technologies reveal a disturbing possibility: that humanity has risen to greatness before, only to be erased again and again. And the ancient maps may not only show continents that never existed, they may be the last surviving testimony of worlds we have already lost. Beneath the surface of conventional history lies a shadow world of discovery, a realm scholars call pseudoscience and explorers call forbidden archaeology. It is here, in the margins of accepted knowledge, that the most unsettling evidence emerges: artifacts, megaliths, and anomalies that do not belong to any known civilization or timeline. These findings, scattered across continents and buried under oceans, point toward one haunting possibility: that advanced human, or perhaps pre-human, cultures existed long before our recorded history began. If true, the ancient maps that show continents that never existed are not mistakes, but fragments of a much older story, one deliberately buried beneath the sands of time. The discipline known as forbidden archaeology gained momentum in the late 20th century, largely due to the work of researchers like Michael Cremo and Richard Thompson, whose 1993 book Forbidden Archaeology, The Hidden History of the Human Race, challenged the established evolutionary timeline. They compiled centuries' worth of ignored or suppressed discoveries: stone tools found in rock strata millions of years old, human skeletons encased in coal, and metallic spheres from South Africa, known as Klerksdorp spheres, that display grooves so precise they appear machined. Each of these artifacts, if authentic, suggests that intelligent life existed long before humanity was supposed to walk the earth. Mainstream archaeology dismisses such claims as misinterpretations or hoaxes, yet the list of anomalies continues to grow. In 1997, divers exploring the waters near Yanaguni, Japan, discovered what seemed to be a submerged city of terraces, pillars, and staircases carved into the bedrock, structures that appear too symmetrical to be natural. Nearby petroglyphs suggest human habitation. If the site is indeed man-made, it would predate the earliest known civilization by thousands of years. Similarly, The Gulf of Cambay off India's coast has revealed underwater ruins with grid-like patterns, roads, walls, and even objects resembling idols, carbon dated to around 9,500 years ago, contemporaneous with the final Ice Age floods. Even on dry land, the evidence grows harder to ignore. The megalithic ruins of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku in Bolivia contain stone blocks weighing hundreds of tons, precisely cut with right angles and interlocking joints, techniques that modern engineers admit will require advanced tools to replicate. Some blocks bear perfectly drilled holes and polished surfaces that resemble machine work. Yet the Inca, who are often credited with building these sites, inherited them rather than constructed them. The true builders, according to legend, were the Viracochas, bearded, pale-skinned people who arrived from across the sea long before the Incas' time. In Egypt, too, forbidden archaeology whispers from beneath the sand. Beneath the Giza Plateau, explorers like Edgar Cayce, John Anthony West, and Robert Schoch have long argued that the Great Sphinx is far older than the dynastic pharaohs who built the pyramids. Geological studies show erosion patterns caused not by wind and sand, but by water. Evidence that the Sphinx may date to a period when Sahara was a lush savanna more than 10,000 years ago. If true, the Sphinx would belong not to the known Egyptian civilization, but to a far earlier epoch, one that aligns precisely with the era of the flood and the fall of Atlantis. Even more perplexing are artifacts that seem to suggest knowledge of technology far beyond the capabilities of their supposed creators. In 1938, archaeologists in China discovered a series of stone discs near the Bayan Kerala Mountains. Known as the Dropa stones, they bear spiral grooves that, when translated, allegedly tell the story of a people who came from the stars and were stranded on Earth after their craft crashed millennia ago. Though dismissed by mainstream historians, the Dropa legend remains one of many ancient traditions describing contact with advanced beings from the sky, beings who may have brought scientific knowledge to early humanity. Then there is the mystery of the Antikythera mechanism, discovered off the coast of Greece in 1901. This bronze device, composed of intricate gears and wheels, is essentially a mechanical computer capable of predicting celestial movements with extraordinary precision. It dates to around 100 BCE, but no known technology of that era could have produced such engineering. Scientists now admit the mechanism's sophistication was not matched again until the 18th century. Where did such knowledge come from? Was it, as some theorists suggest, a surviving relic of pre-flood technology, an heirloom of an earlier civilization that had already mastered mechanics and astronomy? Even the stones of the earth itself seem to whisper contradictions. At several mining sites around the world, most famously at Coso, California, objects resembling spark plugs, metal spheres, and tools have been found encased in rock formations dated to hundreds of thousands of years ago. These discoveries, known as out-of-place artifacts, are routinely explained away, yet they continue to surface in private collections and obscure journals. Each one adds a grain of evidence to the growing suspicion that our story as a species may not be linear, but cyclical. The implications of such evidence are staggering. If civilizations as advanced as ours, or even more so, existed before the last ice age, then our recorded history of 5,000 years is but the final line in a book that has been rewritten countless times. Each epoch rises, flourishes, and falls, leaving behind fragments that later generations mistake for myth. When ancient maps show continents that never existed, perhaps they are glimpses of these earlier ages, epochs when the world was arranged differently, when coastlines were new and when human hands, long forgotten, measured and recorded them with divine precision. What makes forbidden archaeology so provocative is not merely the artifacts themselves, but the pattern they form. Everywhere on Earth, Peru, Egypt, Turkey, Japan, India, Easter Island, the same architectural techniques appear. Cyclopean masonry, astronomical alignments, sacred geometry. The same gods appear too, sky beings, culture bringers, serpent teachers, flood survivors. The same myths repeat, a golden age destroyed by water and fire, followed by rebirth. This repetition suggests a shared origin, a global civilization whose memory has splintered into local legend. Modern institutions often reject these ideas because they threaten to upend the entire structure of historical understanding. If an advanced culture existed 12,000 years ago, it means our ancestors were not primitive hunter-gatherers, but inheritors of lost knowledge. It means human history is not a straight line of progress, but a circle of rise and fall, each age rising from the ruins of the last, each rediscovering what was already known. It also implies that we, too, might one day be forgotten, that our skyscrapers, satellites, and maps could become the myths of future generations. Despite the skepticism, small cracks are beginning to form in the wall of orthodoxy. Discoveries like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, a 12,000-year-old megalithic temple complex older than Stonehenge or the pyramids, have forced scholars to rethink the timeline of civilization. The site's intricate carvings and astronomical alignments suggest organized religion, architecture, and astronomy existed far earlier than anyone thought possible. Its sudden appearance, without any known precursor, mirrors the mystery of the ancient maps themselves, evidence of knowledge that seems to appear out of nowhere. Perhaps, then, the cartographers of antiquity were not fantasists, but chroniclers. Perhaps they were recording the geography of an earlier world, the remnants of which we are only now rediscovering beneath the soil and the sea. If forbidden archaeology has taught us anything, it is that the past is never dead. It merely sleeps. And every now and then, when the tide recedes or the earth trembles, the past stirs and reveals a fragment of its truth. But these revelations raise an even deeper question. If our ancestors inherited advanced knowledge from lost civilizations, what kind of technology did those civilizations possess? Could they have harnessed energies or sciences we are only beginning to rediscover today? Energies that might explain the precision of ancient monuments, the cutting of stone, and the building of structures aligned with magnetic and cosmic forces? In the next section, we venture into the heart of this question, the realm of ancient technology and sacred energy, where myth meets mechanics and where the forgotten sciences of the ancients may hold the key to the impossible maps that started this entire mystery. For if those civilizations once possessed the power to map the world as it was before the flood, then their understanding of energy, physics, and the earth itself may have far surpassed our own. Across every ancient ruin, every mysterious monument that refuses to fit within the timeline of conventional history, there lingers a single haunting question. How? How did our ancestors carve granite with surgical precision, move blocks weighing hundreds of tons, and align structures so perfectly to the stars and equinoxes that even today's engineers and astronomers struggle to replicate their accuracy? The further we look into the ancient world, the more it begins to resemble something entirely different from what we were taught, a world not of superstition and stone tools, but of advanced technology guided by an intimate understanding of energy, geometry, and the living earth itself. This is the hidden domain of ancient technology and sacred energy, a field that straddles the border between archaeology, physics, and mysticism. Its premise is simple yet staggering. That prehistoric civilizations once possessed knowledge of natural forces, electromagnetic, acoustic, and gravitational, which they use to build, power, and possibly even move objects beyond our current capabilities. The evidence of this isn't just myth. It's carved in stone, encoded in architecture, and hidden in geometry of the world's most enigmatic sites. Let us begin where all paths seem to converge, the Great Pyramid of Giza. For centuries, scholars insisted it was merely a tomb. Yet not a single mummy or funerary inscription has ever been found inside it. Instead, the Great Pyramid seems to function more like a machine, a massive instrument of geometry, energy, and resonance. Its internal chambers align with precise acoustic frequencies. Its shafts point toward specific stars, Orion's belt, Sirius, and Thuban, as if designed to capture celestial energy. Its base measurements correspond exactly to the Earth's circumference and polar radius. Its location on the 30th parallel places it directly at the intersection of several global ley lines, invisible energetic currents said to encircle the planet like veins of power. Modern engineers have discovered that the Great Pyramid's interior is slightly conductive, built from quartz-rich granite and limestone that could generate an electric field under pressure. Some researchers propose that it once harnessed piezoelectric energy, converting the vibrations of the Earth into electromagnetic resonance. Others see it as a hydraulic power plant, using underground water channels to create resonance that vibrated through its chambers. Either way, its design is not random. It appears to have been built to interact with the planet itself, to channel energy, not bury a king. The same patterns appear worldwide. The temples of Angkor Wat in Cambodia, The megaliths of Stonehenge in Britain and the pyramids of Teotihuacan in Mexico are all constructed with mathematical precision tied to astronomical events and the dimensions of the Earth. Teotihuacan's layout encodes the orbital periods of Venus, Mars, and Earth. Its central avenue aligns perfectly with the rising of the Pleiades star cluster every 52 years, the sacred cycle renewal in Mesoamerican cosmology. The stones of Stonehenge are positioned to amplify sound frequencies, producing harmonic resonance at specific pitches, the same frequencies associated with the Earth's electromagnetic heartbeat, the Schumann resonance. Could it be that these sites were not religious temples, but power stations, ancient technologies designed to channel, amplify, and stabilize the energies of the Earth? Consider also the Baalbek Trilithon in Lebanon, 3 granite blocks, each weighing over 800 tons, cut, transported, and placed with millimeter precision. Modern cranes could barely lift one. No one knows how ancient builders achieved this feat. Were they using anti-gravitational techniques? Acoustic levitation? Legends from Egypt and Mesopotamia speak of priests who sang stones into place, using tones that cause objects to lose weight and float through the air. Modern physics supports this possibility. Certain sound frequencies can create acoustic levitation, suspending objects using vibration. Could the ancients have mastered such techniques, harnessing the hidden powers of resonance? Across South America, similar mysteries abound. The walls of Sacsayhuaman in Peru fit together with impossible precision, each stone interlocking with its neighbors as if molded rather than carved. At Ollantaytambo, stones weighing up to 90 tons are perched high on mountain terraces. Local legends attribute these feats to the Viracochas, tall, bearded builders who wielded rods of light and voices of thunder. To the people who watched them, their technology would have seemed magical, indistinguishable from divine power. Even the ancients' obsession with geometry and proportion may have had technological purpose. The golden ratio, phi, and the Fibonacci sequence appear in almost every sacred structure, from the Parthenon and the Mayan pyramids to Angkor and Machu Picchu. These ratios aren't just aesthetic. They create harmonic resonance. In other words, these monuments may have been built to vibrate in tune with the Earth's frequency, forming a network of resonant structures across the globe. When energy flowed through this grid, electrical, magnetic, or otherwise, it could be amplified and transmitted between temples, pyramids, and standing stones. Modern researchers like Nikola Tesla believe the same principle could power the world wirelessly. Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower was designed to send energy through the Earth's crust using resonance, a concept eerily similar to what ancient builders may have known. Imagine for a moment that the pyramids, obelisks, and stone circles scattered across the planet were components of a lost global energy network, a civilization-wide grid designed to harness the planet's natural electromagnetic field. This could explain why so many ancient monuments share mathematical constants and star alignments. They were built according to the same scientific blueprint, inherited from a time when humanity understood the Earth as an energy system, not just a resource. The ancients also seem to understand the relationship between sound, consciousness, and matter, what modern quantum physicists call cymatics. In Egypt, Tibet, and Mesoamerica, chanting, drumming, and harmonic resonance were central to sacred rituals. Sound was not symbolic. It was a tool for transformation. When sound waves vibrate through a medium, they create geometric patterns, a visual manifestation of energy organizing itself. Ancient temples may have been designed as resonant chambers, amplifying chants and frequencies to achieve altered states of consciousness or to manipulate matter itself. Evidence of this understanding exists even in language. The Egyptian word for magic was heka, meaning the activation of energy through sound. The Sanskrit term mantra literally means instrument of thought, a vibrational key that can alter reality. Could it be that the builders of the ancient world were scientists of vibration, masters of energy who encoded their knowledge in architecture, myth, and music? There is also a deeper, more metaphysical layer to this mystery. Across cultures, we find the same belief, that the Earth is alive, its energy flowing through ley lines, invisible arteries connecting mountains, temples, and monuments in geometric harmony. The Chinese called this energy chi, the Hindus called it prana, the Egyptians called it ka. The builders of the ancient world aligned their temples to these lines, tapping into the flow of planetary life force. The intersection points of these lines, known today as power nodes, often correspond to locations of ancient wonders: Giza, Machu Picchu, Stonehenge, and Easter Island. It's as if the ancients had mapped the energy grid of the Earth itself, using it as both spiritual and technological infrastructure. What happened to this knowledge? Perhaps it was lost in the cataclysms that ended the last ice age, or deliberately hidden by later civilizations that feared its power. By the time of the Renaissance, only fragments remained, encoded in proportions of cathedrals, the diagrams of alchemists, and the cryptic drawings of Leonardo da Vinci, who hinted at the fusion of geometry, sound, and energy in his notebooks. If such technology once existed, it would explain how ancient mapmakers achieved global precision long before satellites or compasses. They may have used the Earth's magnetic field and acoustic harmonics as a natural coordinate system, a planetary GPS built not from machines, but from resonance. In that sense, the ancient maps showing continents that never existed may not just depict geography. They may record energetic cartography, a mapping of Earth's frequencies as they existed in a different epoch, before pole shifts and geological upheavals altered the grid. To the modern world, this may sound like fantasy, but as scientists rediscover the power of resonance, vibration, and electromagnetic harmonics, the gap between myth and technology grows smaller every year. The ancients, it seems, were not ignorant. They were attuned. Their temples were tuning forks, their pyramids generators, their chance equations sung into stone. And if that's true, if they truly harnessed the living energy of the Earth, then the collapse of their world was not just geological but energetic. Something disrupted the flow, silenced the frequencies, and plunged humanity into an age of amnesia. The next question we must ask is chilling. What caused that collapse? Was it a natural catastrophe, an asteroid, a pole shift, a solar flare, or something more deliberate? In the next section, we descend into the heart of the Earth's fury and the sky's fire, exploring the great cataclysms that ended the ancient world, the disasters that turned golden civilizations into drowned memories and left only maps as their final, desperate message to the future. There are moments in the history of Earth when everything changes. When the skies burn, the seas rise, and entire worlds vanish. These are the great cataclysms, the global events that ended one age and began another. Every ancient culture, without exception, speaks of them. The flood that drowned humanity, the fire that fell from heaven, the stars that went dark, and the earth that shook as if alive. For thousands of years, these tales were dismissed as allegory, moral lessons wrapped in myth. But as science has advanced, the evidence for real cataclysms, sudden and world-altering, has begun to accumulate. What if these weren't myths at all, but eyewitness accounts of the very disasters that erased the ancient world? To understand the scale of these events, we must first look to the end of the last ice age, roughly 12,800 years ago, a period now known as the Younger Dryas Boundary Event. In geological terms, it happened in the blink of an eye. The planet, which had been warming gradually for millennia, was suddenly plunged back into glacial cold, then just as abruptly into catastrophic heat. Massive floods swept across continents, ice sheets collapsed, and sea levels rose hundreds of feet. Entire ecosystems were obliterated. The cause of this chaos remains one of the great scientific mysteries, but mounting evidence points to something extraordinary, an impact event. Researchers from the Comet Research Group and other scientific bodies have found traces of platinum, iridium, and nanodiamonds, materials typically formed during high-energy explosions, across sites in North America, Europe, and the Middle East. These substances are found in a distinct sediment layer that dates precisely to 12,800 years ago. Some scientists believe these are the remnants of a fragmented comet or asteroid that struck the Earth or exploded in the atmosphere, igniting wildfires that scorched millions of square miles and triggering global climate upheaval. The event would cause shockwaves, tsunamis, and a nuclear winter of soot and ash that darkened the skies. This impact hypothesis aligns eerily well with the world's ancient flood myths. The Epic of Gilgamesh describes the gods unleashing fire and water upon mankind. The Bible's book of Genesis speaks of the fountains of the great deep bursting forth. Plato wrote that Atlantis sank beneath the sea in a single day and night of misfortune. Even in remote regions like the Andes, the Hopi mesas of North America, and the temples of Angkor, legends tell of a time when the sky fell. The convergence of these myths, spanning cultures separated by oceans, suggests a shared memory of a real, global disaster. The consequences of such an event would have been apocalyptic. Ice dams in North America, holding back immense glacial lakes like Lake Agassiz, would have burst, releasing torrents of water that reshaped entire continents. Sea levels rose rapidly, inundating coastal regions that had been home to thriving populations. For survivors, it must have seemed as though the world itself was dying. Civilizations that had mapped the stars, built pyramids, and sailed the seas were wiped away almost overnight. The survivors retreated to high ground, carrying fragments of their knowledge into a dark age that would last thousands of years. Yet there is reason to believe the Earth's destruction was not caused by a single event, but by a series of recurring cataclysms, cyclical disasters woven into the planet's natural rhythm. Ancient traditions allude to this. The Maya calculated time in suns, each representing a world destroyed by fire, wind, or water. The Hindus spoke of the yugas, vast cosmic ages ending in renewal through catastrophe. Even Plato described the world as being periodically purified by floods and fires, as if Earth itself breathed in cycles of creation and destruction. Modern science is beginning to echo these ancient intuitions. Astronomers have identified periodic fluctuations in the Earth's orbit and tilt, known as Milankovitch cycles, that influence global climate patterns every tens of thousands of years. More intriguingly, some geologists believe Earth experiences catastrophic pole shifts, sudden reorientations of the crust relative to the planet's axis, every 12,000 to 13,000 years. If such an event occurred at the end of the Ice Age, it could explain the massive displacement of continents, the sudden freezing of mammoths in Siberia, and the flood legends that dominate early mythology. Imagine what such a shift would mean for an advanced civilization. Cities near the poles would be buried under ice. Equatorial lands could sink or rise as tectonic plates adjusted to the planet's new orientation. Tidal waves thousands of feet high would sweep across continents, scouring them clean. To the survivors, the familiar constellations would vanish from the sky, replaced by new ones as the heavens themselves seemed to move. The old maps, those drawn by the ancient cartographers, would suddenly be obsolete, showing coastlines and continents that no longer existed. But perhaps not all was lost. In the aftermath of cataclysm, survivors may have preserved their knowledge in stone, myth, and geometry. Sites like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey and Nabta Playa in Egypt appear to be time capsules, astronomical observatories built to track the skies and possibly predict future catastrophes. Göbekli Tepe's carvings include images of animals and symbols that some researchers interpret as star maps depicting a comet impact event, the same one that may have ended the Ice Age. Its builders seem to have understood that the heavens themselves hold the key to Earth's cycles of destruction. Other cultures echoed this obsession with time and recurrence. The Egyptians encoded celestial precession, the slow wobble of Earth's axis, into their temples, as if warning that every 26,000 years, a great upheaval would return. The Maya tracked similar cycles, predicting endings and rebirths of worlds. Even in the Bible, the flood is followed by a covenant symbolized by a rainbow, a promise not that the world would never end again, but that the next ending would come by fire instead of water. If the ancient world did indeed possess advanced knowledge of astronomy and geology, it is possible they also foresaw their own destruction. Their maps, their monuments, their myths, all may have been designed as messages to future civilizations, encoding the memory of what happened and what would come again. The Piri Reis map, with its uncanny depiction of an ice-free Antarctica, may be one such relic, a snapshot of the world before the last cataclysm, preserved by those who lived through it. But were these disasters purely natural? Or could they have been influenced, perhaps even triggered, by human or extraterrestrial intervention? Some fringe researchers suggest that ancient civilizations may have harnessed energies so powerful that they destabilized the planet's electromagnetic field or magnetosphere. Others speculate that nuclear or plasma weapons, described metaphorically as fire from the gods or weapons of light, could have precipitated massive climate shifts. While these theories remain speculative, they remind us of an unsettling truth. Every great civilization carries within it the power to destroy itself. What we know for certain is this: the world has ended before, and it will end again. Cataclysm is woven into the fabric of Earth's history. The floods, fires, and pole shifts that wiped out ancient worlds were not one-time events. They are part of a cosmic rhythm, an eternal heartbeat of destruction and renewal. Our ancestors may not have survived or recorded in writing, but they left us the next best thing. Maps, carved in geometry, encoded in myth, and hidden in plain sight. These maps show the world as it was before, and as it may one day be again. In the end, the cataclysms did more than destroy. They transformed. They scattered survivors across the globe, carrying fragments of lost wisdom to new lands. These survivors became the founders of later civilizations: Sumer, Egypt, India, Mesoamerica, each preserving a piece of the knowledge from the world before. And as we follow the trail of that knowledge, we begin to see a pattern not only of destruction, but of rebirth. In the next section, we will trace the journeys of those survivors, the seed bearers of the ancient world, the custodians of lost knowledge who rebuilt humanity after flood. Their migrations shaped the world we know today, leaving behind clues in language, myth, and megalith that point unmistakably back to a single vanished origin. For while cataclysm may erase civilizations, it cannot erase memory, and the survivors of the ancient world made sure that their story would never die. When the deluge receded and the smoke of fire and ice cleared, the world was unrecognizable. The lush plains of the old world were gone. The seas had swallowed entire continents, and mountain ranges that had once stood proud now formed islands adrift in a new ocean. For the survivors of that ancient cataclysm, existence was reduced to its most fragile state. They were the scattered remnants of a lost civilization, keepers of memories too immense for words. They wandered the shattered earth, carrying fragments of knowledge, the seeds of science and spirit that would one day bloom again as the foundations of the civilizations we now call ancient. These survivors are remembered in nearly every mythic tradition across the world. The Sumerians called them the Anunnaki, those who came from heaven to earth. The Egyptians remembered them as the Shemsahor, the followers of Horus, divine beings who reestablished order after chaos. In the Andes, they were the Viracochas, pale-skinned, bearded wanderers who arrived from across the sea to teach agriculture, astronomy, and building. The Polynesians spoke of Tangaroa, the god who saved a chosen few on a great canoe after the world drowned. The Hopi remembered the ant people, who sheltered humanity underground until the surface became habitable again. And in India, the Rishis, the ancient seers, were said to have emerged after a great flood, bringing with them the knowledge of the Vedas. The similarities in these traditions are far too detailed to dismiss as coincidence. Across continents and oceans, the same story repeats: a world-ending catastrophe, a handful of survivors, and the rebirth of civilization guided by mysterious teachers who possess knowledge far beyond their time. They are the seed-bearers of humanity, the emissaries of a forgotten golden age. And as they spread across the earth, they left behind clues, linguistic, architectural, and astronomical, that trace their path like the fingerprints of the gods. One of the most compelling pieces of this global puzzle is the sudden appearance of advanced civilization in regions that were supposedly primitive, around 10,000 to 8,000 BCE, while the rest of humanity was still living in scattered hunter-gatherer tribes. Monumental architecture began to rise from the dust. In Turkey, Göbekli Tepe emerged, with its massive stone pillars carved with intricate reliefs of animals and celestial symbols. Its builders had no writing, no metallurgy, no wheels, and yet they created a temple complex that could align with the stars and track solstices with astonishing accuracy. Who were these people, and where did they gain such knowledge? At the same time, in Egypt's Nile Valley, a similar mystery unfolds. The sudden rise of the pre-dynastic culture, with its sophisticated irrigation systems, mathematical understanding, and monumental stonework, appears without any evolutionary precursor. Egyptian mythology attributes this renaissance to the god Thoth, the bringer of writing and knowledge, and to Osiris, who came from across the sea in the days of darkness to teach the people law and agriculture. In the Americas, the same pattern appears. The Olmecs, the Maya, and the Incas all spoke of gods who descended from the heavens or emerged from the ocean after a time of great destruction, teaching them how to rebuild. These parallels suggest something profound, that after flood, the survivors of a global civilization spread out from several key centers, perhaps in the highlands that escaped inundation, such as the Andes, the Himalayas, and the Ethiopian Plateau, and began to reestablish contact with the shattered tribes of humanity. They brought with them the remnants of lost sciences, geometry, astronomy, architecture, and medicine. Over generations, these teachings evolved into myths, gods, and rituals, but their origins were human, preserved by those who had lived through the destruction of their world. Linguistic evidence supports this theory. Many of the world's oldest languages share common roots that cannot be easily explained by geography. Words for mother, water, and sun show uncanny similarities across Indo-European, Semitic, and even pre-Columbian tongues. The Tamil term Amma, the Sumerian Amma, and the Quechua Mama all mean mother. The Egyptian word Ra and the Polynesian Ra both mean sun. These are more than coincidences. They are echoes of shared ancestral tongue, perhaps the language of survivors themselves, the lingua franca of the pre-flood world. As these seed-bearers spread, they did more than rebuild. They encoded their knowledge in monuments designed to withstand time and catastrophe. The pyramids of Giza, Teotihuacan, and Cairo, the stone circles of Nabta Playa and Stonehenge, the temples of Angkor and Machu Picchu, all sit upon powerful geometric coordinates, aligned not only with the stars but with one another across the globe. When mapped on a spherical grid, these sites fall along precise longitudinal and latitudinal lines, as though constructed according to a single global blueprint. Could it be that the survivors of the lost continents, Atlantis, Lemuria, Mu, were rebuilding their world along the same energetic pathways that had once sustained their civilization? Even their myths seem to preserve fragments of advanced scientific knowledge. In Sumer, the story of the god Enki crafting humanity from clay mirrors genetic engineering. The Egyptian weighing of the heart reflects an understanding of balance and energy exchange. In India, the Vimanas, flying craft described in ancient texts like the Mahabharata, suggest an inherited memory of aerial technology. The Andean legends of the Viracochas describe them as wielding rods of power that could move stones as if weightless. These stories, dismissed as allegory by skeptics, may in fact be distorted memories of technologies lost in the flood, technologies used by the survivors to rebuild what they could of their shattered world. One of the most mysterious aspects of this post-cataclysmic migration is the precision with which early civilizations oriented themselves to the stars. Whether in Egypt, Sumer, the Indus Valley, or Mesoamerica, the same celestial patterns occur: Orion's belt, Sirius, the Pleiades, and the North Star. The survivors appear to have carried not only their earthly sciences, but also their cosmic maps, the knowledge of celestial mechanics and precession that allowed them to align temples, pyramids, and cities to both terrestrial and stellar grids. This shared astronomical obsession suggests that the reborn civilizations were attempting to preserve something sacred, a memory of where the cataclysm had come from, and perhaps a way to predict its return. Even the mythic gods themselves may not have been divine beings, but flesh and blood remnants of that advanced culture, survivors who were mistaken for gods by the primitive tribes they encountered. A tall, bearded teacher who could read the stars, heal the sick, and move massive stones would seem supernatural to those who had lost all knowledge. Over generations, the memory of these people solidified into pantheons, the gods of Egypt, Greece, and the Americas. But beneath their divine masks, we may find the last echoes of a single human race that survived the end of the world. The migrations of these survivors reshaped the world's population map. Genetic studies hint that around 10,000 to 12,000 years ago, there were sudden genetic expansions in multiple regions, as if small founder populations had spread rapidly across new territories. Some of these lineages, particularly those associated with mitochondrial haplogroups X and R, appear in unexpected places, from Western Europe to the Americas, suggesting contact long before the official discovery of the New World. This genetic puzzle mirrors the ancient cartographic one, evidence of a world once connected, now fragmented by ocean and time. In the myths of Polynesia, these survivors are said to have traveled on floating islands of stone. In the Vedas, they journeyed on celestial ships across the Sea of Milk. The Egyptians spoke of the Isle of Flame, where the first gods came from, a land now lost beneath the waves. All these point toward the same truth. The survivors of the ancient cataclysm did not vanish. They rebuilt. And the world that emerged from their hands, the Sumerian, the Egyptian, the Indus, the Mayan, were not the beginnings of civilization, but its second dawn. As these new civilizations rose, they also carried a warning, a memory encoded in myth and symbol. The serpent coiled around the world, the flood carved in temple walls, the phoenix rising from ashes, all speak a cycle, a rhythm of destruction and rebirth that humanity has endured again and again. The maps, too, bear this message. They show not only where the continents once lay, but how fragile they are, how the world itself can change in an instant. In their temples and monuments, the survivors left us a silent message. Remember what happened. Remember that the earth moves in cycles. Remember that knowledge, if forgotten, must be reborn. And so the torch of civilization was passed from hand to trembling hand, across generations, across oceans. The great libraries of Sumer, the hieroglyphs of Egypt, the Vedic hymns, and the Mayan codices, all are the encoded memories of those who survived the end of one world and built another. In the next section, we will trace how this inherited wisdom evolved into the mystery schools and secret brotherhoods of the ancient and classical world, organizations that claim to possess fragments of this primordial knowledge. These groups, from Egypt's priesthoods to Greece's philosophers to the alchemists of the Renaissance, may have been the last living custodians of the maps, sciences, and truths carried by the survivors of the forgotten continents. Through them, the legacy of the lost world endured, hidden in symbols, myths, and rituals, waiting for the time when humanity would be ready to rediscover it once more. As civilization slowly rose again from the ashes of the cataclysm, something extraordinary began to happen. The survivors' knowledge, the fragment of lost science, started to crystallize into sacred teachings, rituals, and initiations. Over generations, this wisdom was veiled in symbolism and myth, protected by priesthoods, secret brotherhoods, and mystery schools that claimed to hold the keys to the forgotten truths of the gods. These were not mere religions or cults. They were repositories of ancient knowledge, preserving within their ceremonies the last remnants of science, once used to measure stars, harness energy, and understand the very architecture of the cosmos. From Egypt to Greece, from Mesopotamia to Tibet, every ancient center of civilization had its initiatic order, groups of scholars, priests, and adepts devoted to preserving forbidden wisdom. The Egyptians had the priesthood of Thoth and the mystery schools of Heliopolis, which taught initiates about sacred geometry, cosmic harmony, and the soul's journey through the stars. The Greeks inherited this tradition through the Eleusinian mysteries, the Orphic Brotherhood, and later the Pythagoreans, who viewed mathematics not as mere numbers, but as divine language, the key to creation itself. The Sumerians had the cult of Enki, guardian of knowledge hidden beneath the waters, while in India, the rishis and Brahmins safeguarded the Vedas, texts that encoded cosmology, physics, and metaphysics in poetic form. All these schools share a common origin. They each trace their lineage back to the gods, or teachers, who came after Great Flood. The same culture bringers remembered as Osiris, Quetzalcoatl, Thoth Viracocha, and Hermes Trismegistus. To the uninitiated, they were divine beings. To the initiates, they were survivors of the world before, custodians of the old knowledge who encoded their understanding in myth to protect it from corruption and misuse. Their teachings, passed down through millennia, formed the backbone of what we now call the esoteric tradition, the hidden stream of wisdom running beneath the surface of history. The purpose of these mystery schools was not simply to preserve information, but to transform consciousness. Knowledge, they believed, was power, but power could destroy as easily as it could create. To ensure that the wisdom of the ancients would not again lead to cataclysm, it had to be earned, layer by layer, through initiation. The candidate had to die symbolically, to shed ignorance and ego before being reborn into enlightenment. The Egyptian initiates called this the second birth. The Greeks called it gnosis. The alchemists would later call it the great work. Within the temples of Egypt, initiates studied the geometry of the pyramids, the vibrations of sound, and the principles of celestial mechanics. They learned that everything in the universe was connected by vibration, the same secret once used to move stones, heal the body, and channel Earth's energy. These teachings later resurfaced in the philosophies of Pythagoras, who traveled to Egypt and returned with the concept of music of the spheres, the idea that planets and stars emit harmonic frequencies that shape reality. Pythagoras founded a school in Croton, Italy, where mathematics was taught as a sacred discipline, revealing the divine order behind creation. He taught that number was not quantity, but essence, that all is number, a direct echo of the ancient doctrine preserved in Egyptian and Babylonian temples. In Greece, the Eleusinian mysteries initiated seekers into the secret of life, death, and rebirth through symbolic ritual, a reenactment of humanity's descent into darkness and return to light. The participants were sworn to secrecy, but ancient writers hinted that the experience involved profound altered states of consciousness induced through sound, rhythm, and possibly psychoactive sacraments. These rituals were not religion as we understand it. They were psychological technologies designed to awaken higher perception and reconnect humanity to the divine cosmos, much as the ancients had once done through energy and resonance. Meanwhile, in Mesopotamia and the East, the Chaldean Magi guarded the astronomical records of the stars, encoding them in mythic form. Their knowledge later inspired astrology, not the superstition it became, but a genuine science of planetary cycles, pole shifts, and cosmic rhythms. The Chaldeans understood that celestial events reflected earthly ones, that what happened above was mirrored below. This principle would become the heart of Hermetic philosophy, later expressed in the axiom, as above, so below, as within, so without. This Hermetic wisdom, named for Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice great sage, became the cornerstone of Western esotericism. Hermes was said to be a fusion of the Egyptian Thoth and the Greek Hermes, a symbolic figure representing the transmission of pre-flood knowledge into the classical world. The writings attributed to him, collectively known as the Corpus Hermeticum, describe a universe that is conscious, mathematical, and alive, a universe governed by correspondences, vibration, and mental causation. These texts would later influence alchemy, Kabbalah, and Renaissance science, bridging the gap between spiritual and material understanding. The Hermetic schools also preserve the most ancient of all sciences, sacred geometry, the art of encoding universal laws into form. The circle, the triangle, the vesica piscis, and the golden ratio were not abstract symbols. They were the language through which divine intelligence manifested in matter. The ancients used these forms to design temples, pyramids, and cities in harmony with Earth's energetic grid. The layout of sacred sites, from Giza to Delphi to Angkor, reflects a deep understanding of geometry as a living force, capable of focusing energy, altering consciousness, and connecting the human with the cosmic. As centuries passed and empires rose and fell, this knowledge retreated underground. The mystery schools became secret societies. The Pythagoreans gave way to the Neoplatonists, who in turn influenced the Hermetic Brotherhood of Alexandria. After the burning of the Library of Alexandria, initiates fled with their scrolls to distant lands, to Byzantium, to Baghdad, and later to Moorish Spain. There, their wisdom would ignite the Renaissance, when artists and scholars like Leonardo da Vinci, Marsilio Ficino, and Giordano Bruno rediscovered fragments of this forbidden science and hit again, this time in art, architecture, and coded manuscripts. Even in the medieval world, the flame of ancient knowledge never truly died. The Knights Templar, originally a military order, were rumored to have uncovered secret scrolls beneath the ruins of Solomon's Temple, documents that revealed the ancient sciences of geometry and energy. The Templars' sudden rise to power and their subsequent persecution by the Church suggest they held knowledge considered both dangerous and heretical. Out of their ashes emerged the Rosicrucians and Freemasons, who claimed to continue the ancient tradition of the builders, keepers of the geometry of God, the map of creation itself. In this hidden lineage, one can trace a single thread stretching unbroken from the priest-kings of Atlantis and the astronomer-priests of Egypt to the alchemists of the Renaissance and the Freemasons of the Enlightenment. Each generation inherited fragments of the same secret, that the universe is a vast energetic field governed by mathematics, vibration, and consciousness, and that humanity once knew how to work in harmony with it. This knowledge, encoded in symbols and rituals, was the lifeblood of the mystery schools. The eye of Horus, the Ouroboros, the compass and square, the all-seeing eye atop the unfinished pyramid. All are echoes of the same forgotten truth, that human beings are not separate from the cosmos, but co-creators within it. Those who understood this were initiated into the mysteries. Those who did not were kept in ignorance. Why such secrecy? Because history had shown what happens when this power is abused. The lost civilizations of Lemuria, Mu, and Atlantis may have perished not by nature alone, but by their own misuse of energy and technology. To prevent another fall, The initiates swore oaths of silence, guarding the knowledge until humanity was ready to use it wisely. Through this hidden current, the ancient maps, those mysterious depictions of impossible continents and pre-Ice Age coastlines, were also preserved. Copies and fragments passed to the hands of temple scribes, Alexandrian philosophers, and Renaissance cartographers who understood that they were dealing not merely with geography, but with the geometry of history itself, the map of the earth before its last rebirth. The mystery schools thus became time bridges, preserving the memory of the old world for the new. Each initiation, each symbol, each myth was a cipher, a way to transmit truths across the ages without words. The pyramids, cathedrals, and temples were not just places of worship. They were libraries in stone. And yet, as the centuries rolled on, the true meaning of these mysteries faded into obscurity. The schools that once taught sacred science turned into religions. The brotherhoods that once guarded enlightenment became tools of politics and power. The ancient knowledge fractured once more, scattered across secret lodges, hidden texts, and forgotten tombs. But every so often, a spark reignited, a rediscovery, a revelation, a map found in an old chest that showed the world as it was before time began. Each rediscovery brought humanity closer to remembering what it had lost. In the next section, we follow that spark into the Renaissance, the era when the forbidden wisdom of the ancient world reemerged through art, science, and exploration. It was a time when scholars began to suspect that the old maps might be real, that the myths of lost continents were not imagination but history. And as explorers set sail to chart the world, they would find something astonishing, that the earth was already mapped long before they ever knew it existed. The Renaissance, literally rebirth, was more than a cultural awakening. It was a resurrection of memory. After centuries of darkness, when Europe's libraries lay in ashes and ancient wisdom survived only in whispers, humanity began to look again toward the past, searching for the light it had lost. What emerged was not simply an age of art and science, but a reawakening of the forbidden knowledge preserved by the mystery schools, the alchemists, and the secret brotherhoods of old. Beneath the brushstrokes of Leonardo, the equations of Copernicus, and the voyages of Columbus lay the same hidden pulse, the rediscovery of a world once known and long forgotten. The Renaissance began in Italy in the 14th century, but its roots stretched far deeper, back to Alexandria, Babylon, and Thebes. It was a final flowering of a seed planted by ancient civilizations and watered by the secret orders that had protected their knowledge through the long medieval night. When Constantinople fell in 1453, scholars fleeing the east brought with them manuscripts of Plato, Pythagoras, and Hermetic texts long thought lost. These scrolls spoke of geometry as divine, of man as a microcosm of the cosmos, and of the earth as a living being. For the first time in centuries, Western minds began to ask questions that echoed those of their Atlantean ancestors. What is the true nature of reality? How old is the world? And what forgotten knowledge lies hidden in our past? It was in this crucible of rediscovery that the ancient maps reemerged, maps that defied everything the church and the scholars believed. Among them was one of the most mysterious documents in human history, the Piri Reis map, drawn in 1513 by an Ottoman admiral using sources he claimed dated back to ancient times. This map displayed something that should have been impossible. It showed the coast of South America with near-perfect accuracy, decades before Europeans had even explored it. More astonishingly, it depicted Antarctica not as a frozen wasteland, but as an ice-free continent with mountain ranges and river valleys, features only confirmed by modern seismic surveys in the 20th century. How could a 16th century map show details that no one of that era could possibly have known? Piri Reis himself wrote that his sources included ancient charts drawn in the time of Alexander the Great and maps from the sea kings of old. Historians believe he had access to fragments of older documents gathered from libraries in Alexandria, Constantinople, and beyond. Copies of copies, perhaps stretching back thousands of years to the very survivors of the last cataclysm. In the age of the Renaissance, when knowledge long buried was surfacing again, the Piri Reis map became the spark that reignited the greatest mystery of all, that the Earth's geography might once have been entirely different. And it was not alone. The Orontius Finaeus map of 1531 also depicted Antarctica ice-free, with remarkably accurate coastlines. The Bloch map of 1737, based, its creator claimed, on ancient Egyptian sources, showed the same region divided by rivers and inland seas that matched the subglacial topography discovered by radar imaging centuries later. To the cartographers of the Renaissance, these anomalies hinted at a lost repository of knowledge, a master map from which all others descended, an ancient world chart that recorded the earth before flood. The men of the Renaissance were not mere scientists. They were philosopher-magicians, merging reason with mysticism, mathematics with myth. They saw themselves as inheritors of a sacred duty, to restore the harmony between man and cosmos lost in the fall of antiquity. The rediscovery of perspective in art mirrored the rediscovery of perspective in the universe, the understanding that the world was not flat, but vast and spherical, alive with unseen dimensions. Leonardo da Vinci filled his notebooks with geometric studies that echoed the proportions of Egyptian temples. He wrote cryptic passages about water, vibration, and resonance, as if rediscovering the principles once used to build pyramids and stone circles. His Vitruvian Man was not simply a drawing. It was a map of the human body as the reflection of the earth itself, a microcosmic coordinate system for divine geometry. At the same time, the voyages of exploration, Columbus, Magellan, Cabot, and Vespucci, were driven by more than greed or curiosity. Many of these explorers were quietly guided by maps, symbols, and patronage connected to secret societies like the Knights Templar and later the Freemasons, both heirs to the ancient mystery traditions. The Templar cross, seen on the sails of Columbus's ships, represented not only faith but knowledge, the mark of those who believed the earth was already known, its secrets hidden in archives older than history. The discoveries of the Renaissance seem to confirm the old myths, that the world had been mapped long before human memory began. As explorers sailed into uncharted waters, they found coastlines and islands eerily matching those drawn on ancient charts. Columbus himself carried with him a copy of Toscanelli's map, which legend claims was based on lost sources from antiquity. Even as new continents were being discovered, there lingered quiet awareness that they were not new at all. They were rediscoveries of lands once charted and then lost in the upheavals of time. The Church, of course, viewed these revelations with suspicion. The idea that the ancients might have possessed superior knowledge, perhaps even global navigation, challenged the very foundation of biblical history. The Church's scholars insisted that humanity's story began only a few thousand years earlier, in Eden and the flood of Noah. Yet the maps, the megaliths, and the mathematics of the ancients whispered otherwise. Beneath the gilded ceilings of cathedrals, Renaissance thinkers began to see a greater architecture, one that connected earth, heaven, and memory itself. This period also marked the rebirth of alchemy, the sacred science of transformation. To the uninitiated, alchemy was a quest to turn lead into gold. But to the initiates of the Hermetic tradition, it was the process of reawakening the divine essence within matter and within man. The alchemist's drawings, filled with suns, moons, and serpents devouring their tails, were coded diagrams of planetary cycles and Earth's energy. They believed that matter itself was alive, and that through understanding its hidden laws, one could unlock the same creative force that the ancients had once harnessed. The Renaissance thus became the bridge between two worlds, the remembered and the forgotten. On one side stood the age of reason, reaching outward through exploration and science. On the other, the age of myth, reaching inward through symbolism and initiation. The maps, the art, and the science of this era all point toward a single undercurrent, the reemergence of the old knowledge, now disguised in the language of modernity. The explorers of the seas were retracing routes once sailed by forgotten ancestors. The astronomers charting the heavens were rediscovering patterns known to the priest astronomers of Atlantis. Even the very concept of the New World carried a hidden irony. When European explorers reached the Americas, they encountered advanced civilizations, the Maya, the Aztecs, the Inca, whose myths spoke of flood, of celestial teachers, and of a promise that one day men would return from across the sea bringing the same knowledge that had once been lost. The meeting of old and new worlds was not an introduction, but a reunion. As cartographers refined their globes and philosophers debated the nature of the cosmos, one truth became increasingly clear to the most perceptive minds of the Renaissance. Humanity had forgotten something monumental. The ancients had not been primitive. They had been advanced, perhaps even more advanced than the Renaissance itself. The world that had never existed, as the skeptics claimed, was beginning to show itself again through fragments of ink, parchment, and stone. But as with every rediscovery of forbidden knowledge, danger followed. Those who probed too deeply into mysteries of the past often met resistance. Or worse, Bruno was burned for speaking of infinite worlds. Galileo was silenced for revealing the true order of the cosmos. Knowledge, once again, was feared. Yet even in suppression, it could not be erased. The maps continued to circulate in secret libraries, and whispers of lost continents inspired explorers, philosophers, and occultists alike. The Renaissance had accomplished what no age before could. It had reopened the ancient wound of memory. Humanity stood on the threshold of remembrance, peering into the abyss of its own forgotten origins. But the rediscovery was incomplete. The map showed only fragments. The symbols hinted but did not speak. Something was still missing, the key that would connect the visible world to the invisible one, the physical to metaphysical, the map to the cosmos. In the next section, we will follow this thread into the age of enlightenment and the birth of the modern scientific worldview. Here, amid telescopes and equations, another transformation would take place. The ancient knowledge of geometry, energy, and cosmic order would evolve into the sciences of magnetism, electricity, and planetary motion. But as humanity reached for the stars once more, it would face a new paradox. The more it learned, the more it realized that the ancients might have known it all before. The age of enlightenment dawned with the promise of reason. Across Europe, the flickering candlelight of the Renaissance ignited into a blaze of discovery, science, and revolution. Telescopes pierced the heavens, microscopes unveiled hidden worlds, and mathematics began to decode the laws of nature. Humanity, it seemed, had finally awakened from its long slumber. Yet beneath this radiant surface, a deeper current moved, a continuation of the same ancient knowledge that had flowed through Egypt, Greece, and the mystery schools of old. The Enlightenment was not the birth of reason, but its rebirth. Not the rejection of the ancient world, but the modern rediscovery of its secrets in new language, new form, and new instruments. The thinkers of this era, Copernicus, Newton, Descartes, Leibniz, and others, are celebrated as founders of modern science. But many of them were also students of Hermeticism, alchemy, and sacred geometry. They saw no boundary between science and spirit, between the material and the metaphysical. To them, the universe was a living system of harmony and vibration, governed by divine mathematics. The same cosmic order once symbolized in temples and encoded in forgotten maps. Their equations were not just measurements of the stars, but revelations of universal design, rediscoveries of principles known to the ancients by intuition and to modern scientists by observation. Take Isaac Newton, often hailed as the archetype of the rational scientist. Few remember that he devoted more of his life to alchemy and biblical chronology than to physics. His secret notebooks, discovered long after his death, reveal an obsession with the lost knowledge of Atlantis and the geometry of Solomon's temple. Newton believed that the temple's dimensions encoded the mathematical ratios of the cosmos, a microcosmic reflection of divine architecture. When he formulated the laws of motion and gravity, he was not destroying the mystical worldview of the past, but expressing it through mathematics. To Newton, gravity was not merely a force. It was a binding harmony that held the universe together, what the ancients had called the music of the spheres. Similarly, Johannes Kepler, the astronomer who uncovered the laws of planetary motion, described his discovery not as mechanical but musical. He believed the planets moved according to harmonic intervals, the same ratios used in music. His work Harmonics Mundi, Harmony of the Worlds, reads less like a physics textbook and more like a Pythagorean hymn to the cosmos. For Kepler, the orbits of the planets were divine geometry made visible, echoing the sacred proportions of the Great Pyramid and the Platonic solids once taught in mystery schools. When he gazed through his telescope, he was not merely charting the sky. He was remembering. Even Galileo Galilei, whose conflict with the Church became the symbol of reason's triumph over dogma, saw himself as continuing an ancient lineage of seekers. His observations of the moon's craters and Jupiter's moons shattered the geocentric model, yet what he truly revealed was something older than both faith and skepticism, that the heavens were dynamic, alive, and interconnected, a living cosmos that mirrored the beliefs of the earliest astronomer priests. But the Enlightenment was not purely a rebirth of wisdom. It was also a severing. As science grew in power, The mystical roots that had nurtured began to be pruned away. The alchemist's transmutation of spirit into matter became chemistry. The study of celestial harmony became astronomy. The exploration of sacred geometry became engineering. The world that had once been seen as a conscious being was reduced to a machine, a clockwork universe wound by an unseen hand. The map was now mechanical, stripped of myth and meaning. Humanity had begun to measure the world, but in doing so, it forgot why it measured. Still, fragments of the ancient worldview survived within the minds of those who refused to abandon mystery. The Rosicrucians and Freemasons, inheritors of the Hermetic and Templar traditions, flourished during this age. They saw the Enlightenment not as a break from the past, but as a continuation of the great work, the reconstruction of the lost Temple of Knowledge. Their symbols, hidden in art, architecture, and literature, continued to speak of the same truths preserved since the dawn of civilization. That light is wisdom, that geometry is divine, and that the universe is bound by invisible laws of energy and consciousness. Many of the founding fathers of the modern world were deeply influenced by these traditions. In France, the architects of Enlightenment philosophy, Voltaire, Rousseau, and Diderot, frequented Masonic circles where ancient geometry was discussed alongside political liberty. In America, figures like Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson were not only revolutionaries, but initiates of these brotherhoods, embedding Hermetic symbols into the very foundation of the New World. The Great Seal of the United States, with its unfinished pyramid and all-seeing eye, is not merely a political emblem. It is a message from the ages, Novus Ordo Seclorum, a new order of the ages, the rebirth of the ancient order wisdom, brought once more into the light. This fusion of science and symbolism continued in the works of Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, co-inventor of calculus and philosopher of metaphysics. Leibniz proposed that the universe was made of monads, infinitesimal, conscious points of energy that reflected the whole cosmos within themselves. His idea eerily anticipates the modern concept of holographic reality and quantum entanglement. It also mirrors the Hermetic axiom, as above, so below. The universe, Leibniz argued, was a divine system of mirrors, each part containing the pattern of the whole, exactly the worldview once encoded in the architecture of Egypt and the maps of Atlantis. Meanwhile, other Enlightenment minds were rediscovering the magnetic and electrical forces that the ancients had understood as manifestations of life energy. Franz Mesmer spoke of animal magnetism, a universal fluid that connected all living things, while later inventors like Nikola Tesla, a true inheritor of the Atlantean spirit, would attempt to harness this energy to power the world without wires. Tesla's writings reveal a belief that energy, frequency, and vibration were the keys to understanding both the cosmos and consciousness, a direct echo of the old teachings carved in stone millennia before. Yet the deeper the world descended into materialism, the more those ancient echoes grew faint. The Enlightenment brought dazzling progress, mechanical clocks, steam engines, telescopes, but it also narrowed the horizon of thought. The sacred and the scientific were split apart. The universe became an object to be studied, not a mystery to be experienced. The maps of the world became more accurate than ever, but their hidden geometry, their spiritual cartography, was forgotten. Still, for those who looked closely, the clues remained. In the layout of cities, the alignments of monuments, and the design of cathedrals built during this era, one can still trace the old patterns, the golden ratio, the vesica piscis, the Masonic compass, and square. Even as the world proclaimed itself free from superstition, it continued unconsciously to rebuild according to proportions of the ancient world. By the late 18th century, as exploration and science reached new heights, humanity's rediscovery of the world was nearly complete. The continents were charted, the stars catalogued, and the mysteries of physics were beginning to unfold. But something uncanny emerged from this global mapping, a faint pattern, visible only to those who could see beyond the surface. The continents, the ocean ridges, and the fault lines of the earth seemed to align with geometric precision, forming a hidden lattice, a planetary grid resembling the world net described in Sumerian, Egyptian, and Vedic texts. Was this coincidence, or the rediscovery of the same energy grid once mapped by the ancients and encoded in their monuments? The Enlightenment believed it was uncovering the secrets of nature for the first time. In truth, It was remembering, unconsciously retracing the steps of civilizations that had mastered these sciences long before. Newton's gravity, Kepler's harmonics, Tesla's energy, all were fragments of the same ancient code, rediscovered piece by piece in new language. The more modern humanity advanced, the more it began to resemble the ancients it had long dismissed as primitive. But just as the world stood on the verge of reconnecting with a forgotten past, another shadow fell. The Industrial Revolution would transform knowledge into power, discovery into domination. The sacred science of the ancients would be reduced to machinery, stripped of its spiritual dimension. The old balance, the harmony between matter and spirit, technology and consciousness, will be lost once again. In the next section, we will enter that shadow. We will explore how the rise of industry and empire buried the last remnants of the ancient wisdom under steel and smoke, and how, beneath that darkness, a few secret orders struggled to keep the memory alive. For even in the age of machines, the forbidden maps and the mysteries of the old world continued to whisper from the past, waiting for humanity to remember what it had once known, that the true power of science lies not in control, but in connection. The 19th century was a time of profound transformation, a period that marked both the height of human achievement and the beginning of humanity's collective forgetfulness. The Industrial Revolution ushered in a new era of machines and mass production, but also, in many ways, created a chasm between humanity and the deeper, spiritual understanding that had once been the cornerstone of ancient civilizations. As the world transitioned from agrarian societies to industrial ones, the connection between humans and the earth, as well as the mystical wisdom of the ancients, was gradually eroded. Yet, amidst the rise of industry, a subtle undercurrent of rediscovery began to emerge, a movement toward awakening that harkened back to the lost knowledge of the past. The birth of modern science, the Age of Enlightenment, was, on the surface, a time of reason and scientific progress. Figures like Isaac Newton, Johannes Kepler, and Galileo Galilei heralded the dawn of modern science, challenging centuries-old dogmas and revealing the mechanics of the natural world. Newton's laws of motion, Kepler's laws of planetary motion, and Galileo's discoveries in astronomy would change the way humanity understood the universe. The Enlightenment was seen as a break from the superstitions of the past, the rise of rationality over mysticism, and a shift toward an era governed by scientific method and empirical evidence. However, beneath the surface of progress, a deeper truth was slowly being forgotten, one that linked science to spirituality, reason to intuition, and the material to the mystical. Newton, for instance, devoted much of his life to the study of alchemy and biblical chronology. His work on the Philosopher's Stone, while dismissed by most scientists of his time, was an attempt to unlock the hidden energies of the universe, a pursuit deeply tied to the mystical traditions of the ancients. Newton's genius did not just lie in his scientific discoveries, but in his belief that the universe itself operated according to divine principles that could be understood through both mathematics and sacred knowledge. Rediscovering the ancient wisdom of the Enlightenment thinkers, though they sought to break free from superstition, were also revisiting ideas that had long been known to ancient civilizations. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, co-inventor of calculus, was deeply influenced by Pythagoras, who believed in the divine geometry of the universe. Leibniz proposed that the universe was composed of monads, indivisible points of energy that reflected the entire cosmos, a theory that resonates with the ancient idea that all things are interconnected, and that each part of the whole is a mirror of the universe. Meanwhile, Johannes Kepler, best known for formulating the laws of planetary motion, saw the universe in musical terms. He famously said that the planets sing their orbits in harmony, in what he called the music of the spheres. Kepler's belief in the harmonious structure of the universe echoed the ancient teachings of the Pythagoreans, who saw mathematics and music as a key to understanding the cosmos. These figures, among others, represented the reunion of the sacred and the scientific, even though the rise of empirical science was gradually leaving these mystical ideas behind. Kepler and Newton were not simply concerned with finding objective laws of nature, but with uncovering the deeper, divine order that governed all things, a search for the cosmic intelligence that had been encoded in the ancient world. The hidden legacy of the Enlightenment, while the Enlightenment is often associated with the rise of rationalism and materialism, many of the great thinkers of the period maintained a belief in the unseen forces that govern the cosmos. Maxwell's equations of electromagnetism and Faraday's discoveries in electricity, for example, were not purely scientific endeavors. They were also explorations of the divine laws that underpin the universe. At the same time, the Rosicrucian and Freemason movements flourished, blending scientific curiosity with esoteric wisdom. These secret societies, often populated by intellectuals and philosophers, carried forward the ancient knowledge that had been suppressed during the Dark Ages. The symbols they used, such as the square and compass, the all-seeing eye, and the pyramid, represented the deep, mystical knowledge of the ancient world, knowledge that had been hidden but never truly lost. As the Industrial Revolution progressed and the world became more mechanized, there was a growing tension between the materialism of the age and the spirituality that had once guided human progress. The machines and engines that powered the revolution were seen as a triumph of human ingenuity, yet many of the great thinkers of the period recognized that in the pursuit of material success, humanity risked losing its connection to the sacred, its connection to the divine order that governed the universe. The legacy of the ancients by the late 19th and early 20th centuries, many intellectuals and explorers began to look back to ancient civilizations for clues as to how to live in harmony with both the natural and spiritual worlds. Figures like Helena Blavatsky and the Theosophical Society revived interest in the ancient civilizations of Lemuria, Atlantis, and Egypt, believing that the wisdom of these cultures held the keys to understanding humanity's true potential. Similarly, the discovery of Troy by Heinrich Schliemann and the uncovering of the Dead Sea Scrolls reignited a fascination with the ancient world, particularly in regard to its spiritual teachings and its relationship with the cosmos. As these ideas spread, a new generation of thinkers and explorers began to question the narrow view of the Enlightenment, seeking to integrate science and spirituality. This spiritual renaissance laid the foundation for the new Earth, where ancient wisdom would be reunited with modern technology, and humanity would once again recognize its deep connection to the Earth, the stars, and the divine order that binds them together. Humanity's journey toward the galactic era begins with the rediscovery of ancient wisdom. For centuries, lost civilizations have left us cryptic clues, maps, temples, and sacred texts that speak of knowledge far beyond what we have been taught. These ancient cultures understood the interconnectedness of all life, and they encoded this understanding into their architecture, myths, and sacred writings. The maps of ancient lands, once thought to be purely symbolic, are now understood as keys to unlocking hidden knowledge about the Earth and the cosmos. As we rediscover this knowledge, we begin to see the universe not as a chaotic system, but as a harmonious and intelligent design. Ancient technologies based on resonance, sacred geometry, and energy manipulation are being rediscovered and integrated into modern science. What was once considered myth, like the power of sound, light, and vibration, is now being proven to have scientific validity. The rediscovery of this knowledge signals a return of the wisdom that once united humanity with the earth and the stars. This process of reawakening is not just intellectual, it is spiritual. As we reconnect with the wisdom of the ancients, we also reconnect with the deep, intuitive knowledge that resides within us all. This process of remembering will be the foundation for the next phase of human evolution, as we unlock our true potential and become conscious co-creators of the future. The awakening of the planetary mind is a key turning point in human evolution. This is when humanity begins to realize that it is not separate from the Earth, but an integral part of its consciousness. The Earth is not a passive object. It is a living, conscious entity that responds to human thought, intention, and energy. As our collective consciousness rises, the Earth's energetic fields become more attuned, and humanity begins to understand its role in the planetary system. The rise of global interconnectedness, through the internet and other technologies, mirrors the awakening of the planetary mind. Just as the human brain is a network of neurons, the Earth's energetic system operates through interconnected points of energy, laying the foundation for a new kind of global consciousness. This shift will lead humanity to treat the planet not as a resource to be exploited, but as a living, conscious being to be honored and protected. As humanity learns to resonate with the Earth's frequencies, we begin to heal the damage caused by centuries of exploitation and neglect. The awakening of the planetary mind marks the beginning of a new era of stewardship, where humanity's role as caretakers of the Earth is embraced and celebrated. This is the moment when humanity fully realizes its responsibility to the planet, aligning with the natural rhythms and cycles that govern life on Earth. The prophecies of ancient cultures are not just stories. They are encoded memories of a time when humanity understood its cosmic origin and purpose. These prophecies speak of a time when the Earth, humanity, and the stars will be reunited, and the consciousness of all life will be restored to its original harmony. As we awaken to the deeper truths encoded in these prophecies, we begin to realize that they are not predictions of a distant future, but guides to the present moment. The ancient texts, whether from the Egyptians, Mayans, or Native American traditions, all speak of a time when the knowledge of the stars will be rediscovered. These prophecies describe a great shift in human consciousness, where the veils of separation will dissolve and humanity will recognize its place as part of a greater cosmic order. The return of the gods, described in many ancient cultures, is not the arrival of external beings, but the reawakening of humanity's divine potential. The prophecies point to a time when the barriers between worlds, physical and spiritual, known and unknown, will dissolve. Humanity will no longer be bound by the limitations of the material world, but will be able to transcend space and time, reconnecting with its true cosmic nature. This return is not a singular event, but a gradual, collective awakening that will unfold as humanity evolves into its next phase of existence. The ancient wisdom is alive within us, waiting for us to remember and reclaim it as we step into the next chapter of human history. The galactic era marks humanity's return to its cosmic origins and the reawakening of its place among the stars. For millennia, humanity has been separated from the greater galactic family, but the ancient maps and prophecies foretold a time when humanity would reclaim its connection to the stars. The galactic era begins as humanity expands its awareness, evolving from beings bound to Earth into citizens of the universe. The technology and consciousness needed to travel the stars are no longer distant dreams, but within our grasp. Through scientific discovery and spiritual awakening, humanity will discover its multidimensional nature, moving beyond physical space to interact with higher realms. The ancient myths of gods descending from the stars are reflected in humanity's own emergence into the galactic community. We are not alone in the universe, and as we awaken, we will reestablish ancient connections with star beings who once guided us. In this new era, humanity's understanding of the cosmos will deepen. Space travel will become seamless, not driven by force or fuel, but by resonance and vibration, unlocking the ability to traverse interstellar distances with ease. The realization that all consciousness is interconnected will lead humanity to a higher vibrational state, where the boundaries of time, space, and existence dissolve. The galactic era is the era of remembering, where humanity reclaims its cosmic heritage. The true evolution of humanity is the integration of science and spirituality into a unified worldview. For centuries, these domains have been separated, science focusing on the material world, while spirituality has concerned itself with the unseen. However, in the new Earth, these two paths converge. Modern science has begun to affirm what ancient spiritual traditions always knew, that consciousness is a key to understanding the universe. Through the study of quantum physics and consciousness, we learn that the universe is not just a mechanical system, but a living, conscious entity. The frequency of energy, the sacred geometry of the universe, and the resonance that exists between all life forms become the cornerstone of our new understanding. The integration of science and spirit will lead to a civilization based on balance, one that harmonizes technological advancement with ecological wisdom and material progress with spiritual growth. In this age, humanity will begin to live in accordance with universal laws. As we align with these natural laws, we will restore balance to our planet and learn to live in harmony with the Earth's energies. Every discovery, whether in a lab or through spiritual practice, will reinforce this understanding, bringing us closer to our true purpose as conscious co-creators of the cosmos. The awakening of the planetary mind is the next step in humanity's evolution, where the Earth itself becomes conscious through human awareness. As the collective human consciousness rises, the planet's energetic fields become more attuned, and humanity begins to understand that it is not separate from the Earth, but deeply connected to it. This awakening is not just an intellectual realization, but a spiritual remembrance that humanity is part of a larger, living system. The Earth's electromagnetic field, once thought to be a passive element, is revealed as a dynamic, conscious force that responds to human emotion, thought, and intention. As humanity learns to resonate with the Earth's frequencies, it will begin to heal the wounds of the past, restoring ecological balance, regenerating the land, and mending the fragmented relationship with nature. Humanity's role will shift from being an exploitive species to one that is deeply attuned to the rhythms of the Earth. In this new world, cities will be built to align with the natural energetic grids, and technology will serve the Earth's ecosystems rather than disrupt them. As the planetary mind awakens, humanity will remember its sacred role as the stewards of the Earth, working in harmony with the planet to create a thriving, balanced world. This is the dawn of planetary unity, where humanity finally realizes that it is not an isolated being, but an integral part of the Earth's conscious evolution. The new Earth is not a distant utopia, but a natural evolution in the ongoing journey of humanity's collective consciousness. As humanity moves toward a harmonious existence, the dualities that have separated us, science versus spirituality, technology versus nature, will fade. In this new age, the barriers that divide us will dissolve. Humanity will see itself not as isolated individuals, but as interconnected beings, part of a global organism. Technology will no longer exploit nature, but work in harmony with it. Cities will be designed according to sacred geometry, resonating with the Earth's natural frequencies. Energy will be generated cleanly, without exploitation, as humanity learns to use the planet's own power sources. Healing, too, will transcend traditional medicine, with a focus on energy, vibration, and consciousness. Humanity will enter a new era, living in deep resonance with both Earth and the cosmos, realizing that all life is one interconnected web. The ancient maps were never just tools to navigate physical lands, but spiritual guides to navigate the awakening of humanity. As humanity awakens to this higher truth, the maps of old are becoming a living template for a harmonious future. This is not an escape from the present, but a transformation of it, where we return to the cosmic principles of unity and harmony once understood by the ancient civilizations. The galactic era is humanity's return to the stars and a leap into higher states of consciousness. As humanity becomes aware of its place within the cosmos, it will reconnect with the higher dimensional beings, whom the ancients described as gods. Through advances in technology and expanded consciousness, humans will achieve interdimensional travel, rejoining a galactic community that once embraced Earth as part of a larger family. Communication will transcend language, relying on telepathy and shared consciousness. The once distant stars will become closer, not just physically but also energetically. Humanity will no longer be limited by the material world, but will evolve into a multidimensional race, able to navigate both the physical and non-physical realms. The galactic era marks the time when humanity transcends its planetary boundaries, becoming part of a greater cosmic fabric. Humanity will not only explore the stars physically, but will shift into a higher vibrational state of existence, unlocking potential to travel through time and space with greater awareness. The galactic era is not a futuristic dream, but a reality rooted in the ancient wisdom waiting to be rediscovered. The final synthesis is the culmination of humanity's journey back to the stars and the universe. It is the realization that the Earth, humanity, and the cosmos are not separate, but intertwined as one living, conscious organism. The maps that once depicted lost lands now reveal the truth. Humanity is the missing link between Earth's consciousness and the greater cosmos. Humanity will awaken fully to its place among the stars, not as isolated beings, but as conscious, co-creative forces within a vast, interconnected universe. The ancient civilization's wisdom, once thought to be lost, will be fully integrated into our collective knowledge. This is the final unification, where the ancient prophecies of a united world are fulfilled and humanity steps into its role as stewards of the planet and the cosmos. The new Earth, galactic era, and final synthesis are all part of one continuous journey, an evolution of consciousness where humanity realizes its cosmic purpose. This is not the end, but the beginning of a new, expansive age. The universe has always been home, and humanity is remembering its place within it.